Yes, and here we are, folks. Come on in, come on in. JLR investigates chaos in Minnesota. President Trump speaks. Law enforcement speaks in the Twin Cities. We're going to keep a conversation going. And Greg Bavino, Border Patrol commander, is holding a press conference in the next hour and a half. So we're going to cover it all. We're going to listen into what's going on here. This is an interesting feed that popped up saying that the president of the United States is going to speak. Now, I'm sure he's going to speak on Minnesota, a topic that we've been covering each and every day on the channel, and probably on other matters too, maybe Greenland and whatnot. But come on in. We're going to listen in. We're going to listen in when this comes forward and, keep informed. It's always good to be informed about what's being said and done. Probably talking about Greenland too, because Greenland is another hot topic out there. We've done quite a few lives about the situation in Greenland. But it's interesting. Earlier, a coalition of law enforcement in the Twin Cities spoke today. Hennepin County Sheriff, Brooklyn Park Police Chief, St. Paul Police Chief, and we're going to review all that too. And listen in. I didn't listen to it completely, but they spoke for quite a while, taking Q&As and whatnot. So President of the United States is going to speak here shortly. That's what it's saying. Trump is going to speak, or Carolyn Levitt. And we'll listen in and see what's going on and what's being said. And somebody said, you're too dramatic with your titles. Chaos. It is absolutely chaos. If you think it's not chaos, I don't know what you've been watching, because we've been watching a lot of chaos. Plus, we're on Don Lemon indictment watch too, because I believe Don Lemon and others will possibly be indicted very, very soon for violating the KKK Act. The KKK Act. Our entire nation is in chaos. Let's be real, folks. Does anyone think there's normalcy that's going on? Whatever side you take on the situation, the entire nation is literally in chaos. So that's what we're gonna listen to and talk, and this is just getting out of control. It's getting law enforcement had to give a press conference today. School officials again gave a press conference. Greg Bavino today is going to give a press conference at 3 p.m. with DHS. There's a massive boycott scheduled for the 23rd of January coming up in a couple days. A state boycott, possibly a national boycott. I'm also seeing other talks about other boycotts and protests and all types of crazy stuff. So yes, to me, it's chaos. If you feel otherwise and you think nothing to see here, this is all overblown, share in the chat. We welcome all opinions here. So what's going on here? I don't know what's going on. This popped up that Trump is going to be speaking. I'm sure he'll be speaking about some things about Minneapolis, maybe the frauds that's going on, maybe about the politicians in reference to Jacob Fry, Keith Ellison, Tim Walz, others. I'm sure he's going to be talking about Greenland. He might be even talking about Venezuela and other plans of national security significance. We shall see. Come on in. And maybe Insurrection Act. Some people say Insurrection Act too. That's definitely on my radar here. Though I haven't seen anything to indicate that he's ready to do the Insurrection Act, other than the reports that 1,500 troops are on standby about what's going on. So a lot of topics, pretty much everything that we, that's possibly scenario we've covered on the channel. So we'll keep it going and we'll keep listening. We'll see what happens. I'm going to turn up the volume a little bit. And if the feed volume is low in any way, shape, or form, we'll switch up. But we shall see what's being said. Come on in. So it appears Trump's going to be speaking. I'm going to try to get an understanding of what it is about. Last night, came on a late night live last night with two police officers shot in Portland. And then they actually put a photo of some like wackadoodle bearded suspect that they're still looking for. So we'll get we'll touch on that in a bit. But this one was scheduled for 1 p.m., so a little bit behind. You know, when the president of the United States says he's going to speak, sometimes people wait an hour extra. But we are also going to cover the Bovino press conference. Greg Bovino and DHS is speaking at 3 p.m. Eastern, and we're also going to be reviewing the situation that happened today with the Twin Cities officials speaking. There's a National Guard threats of National Guard, massive ICE protest, a lot of different things going on. So, you know, we'll see, folks. We'll see if anyone gets arrested about in reference to the church incident in Minnesota. The DOJ is saying they're actively investigating and pursuing charges with that church incident that happened on Sunday in Minneapolis. There's some officials here that are vowing that they want to continue to go to churches. I don't know if that's wise to do, messing with someone's worship. I think churches should be totally off limits when it comes to protesting and anything like that, disrupting churches. You're asking for big, big problems. And then this weekend in the Twin Cities, there is a massive protest. They are protesting closing businesses, shutting schools down, shutting work. And this is all in reference to a strike, an economic blackout against ICE operations that continue to go in the Minneapolis, Twin Cities, St. Paul area. Come on in. Hello, everyone. Come on in. So what's your thoughts? I've seen a lot of people with sharing in the chat. Keep your comments coming. Let everyone see what you have to say. All opinions are welcome. We welcome all points of view here. I have strong positions. So do you. Share them. Let's air it out. Let's talk about it. Let's people, you know, read the room, kind of say. Read the room about what's going on. Read the room. Now, there's another feed up right now that there's stuff going on outside the Whipple building right now, the Whipple building. I'm going to hear what the president has to say, and then we'll kind of go with it, or the press secretary. But it does appear there is some action going on at the Whipple building right now, maybe. Protesters clash. Let me see if I can. There's a couple live feeds, so. So we got the first comment from Gus Polinsky, Polka King, the Polka King. Hey, Polka King, the Polka King, the Polka Polka. Hey, I see John Candy there. Rest in peace, the great John Candy. DOJ serves grand jury subpoenas to Minnesota Dems in investigation of ICE obstruction, sources say. I'll repeat again. According to Gus Polinsky, Polka King, the Polka King, is saying DOJ serves grand jury subpoenas to Minnesota Dems in investigation of ICE obstruction. That is significant. That is pretty big. That is pretty big. So I'll look more into that, the Polka King, and find out about these grand jury subpoenas. Let me see. DOJ grand. Let me see if I can find an article on that while we wait for Trump to speak. Grand jury subpoenas. Oh, you don't want to face a grand jury subpoena. Oh, no, no, no. You don't want to face a grand jury subpoena. Probably want to see documents, exhibits, and all that. So we'll look more into it. I don't see anything really being reported on that. If anyone knows, cite the source, and we'll look into the article. But a lot of things come in fluid time, so we shall see. We shall see, folks. We shall see what's going on. It's going to be interesting to see what the president has to speak. A lot of the officials. Oh, Tim Walz put out a statement. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts. I think a lot of the officials that were speaking today. The law enforcement in the Twin Cities, they're kind of like tone the temperature down. Tim Walz just posted something on social media. He's like, Mr. President, Minnesota invites you to see our values in action. Come see how communities from all walks of life are working together and how the spirit of this state refuses to be defined by division or fear. I invite you to join me and others in our community to help restore calm and order and reaffirm that public trust and safety comes from shared purpose and respect. But let me be absolutely clear. The state of Minnesota will not be drawn into political theater. The Justice Department investigation sparked by calls for accountability in the face of violence, chaos, they use the word chaos, and the killing of Renee Good does not seek justice. It is a partisan distraction. Minnesotans are more concerned with safety and peace rather than with baseless legal tactics aimed at intimidating public service, standing shoulder to shoulder with their community. My focus has always been protecting the people of the state, not protecting myself. Families are scared. Kids are afraid to go to school. Small businesses are hurting. A mother is dead, and the people responsible have yet to be held accountable. That's where the energy of the federal government should be directed, towards restoring trust, accountability, and real law and order, not political retaliation. Minnesota will not be intimidated into silence, and neither will I. Signed by Governor Tim Walz. He just put that statement out he posted an open letter to the President of the United States. Oh, he used the word chaos. He's also saying, they're also demanding that Jonathan Ross be prosecuted, right? DOJ seems like they're more focused on Renee Good and her significant other, Becca Good, about this. It seems like the investigation, I wouldn't be shocked if Becca Good gets charged with some sort of obstruction or what's going on. I wouldn't be shocked if Don Lemon gets charged too. Don Lemon. Meanwhile, the DOJ is saying they have arrested over 10,000 criminal illegal aliens in the Minnesota area. 10,000. The AG, Keith Ellison, he went on Don Lemon yesterday. He's talking about the statutes that the DOJ is investigating Lemon and others on are they're misinterpreting the statute. He's saying going into the church is a form of protest. It's free speech, and it's a public church. And any public church, people have the right to go in there and protest. That's pretty much the position of Keith Ellison on that matter. Nicki Minaj is speaking out. She called Don Lemon a very derogatory word. You know what I'm talking about. CS. He called him a CSer. She called him a CSer. It's crazy because, I posted some tweets. And I'm just saying a little bit personal. Me, I posted some, listen, this is crazy. I posted some tweets yesterday. So I was on Don Lemon. Don Lemon's going to get arrested. I said, Don Lemon is in panic mode. He knows the feds are coming for him. And I also said, Don Lemon's being arrested soon. Nicki Minaj liked 2 of my tweets yesterday. 2. I was on my phone. No, I thought maybe it was fake at first. I'm like, somebody probably impersonating Nicki Minaj. And I saw on my phone, Nicki Minaj liked your tweet. And I'm like, what? Nicki Minaj liked my tweet. And I clicked on it. I clicked on her profile. I'm like, holy smokes, 25 million views. She liked the tweet. And I did a screenshot and made my own tweet and said Nicki Minaj. But I thought that was pretty crazy because that's probably the most celebrity that ever actually responded to any one of my tweets. And it was about Don Lemon, and Nicki Minaj is watching Don Lemon. They're beefing with one another, Don Lemon was saying about Nicki Minaj, talking about Nicki Minaj's family members. I mean, it's getting personal a little bit. It's personal between Nicki Minaj and Don Lemon. Don Lemon is telling her this is out of your league. This is out of your sphere about knowing what's going on. So it will be interesting. I do see Don Lemon a little bit on panic mode, to be honest, because what he did, Don Lemon, he can say it's journalism, and I guess you could argue it could be journalism, but I mean, the guy was literally coordinating with the activists outside the church before he was going in. So he clearly got the tip of what's happening and stuff like that. Then he goes in, and the people disrupt the church and everything like that. People that are attending the church, they get scared, fearful, kids are leaving and everything like that. Then Don goes up to the pastor and tries to initiate some sort of, you want to respond to all this under the guise of journalism when the pastor's trying to get everyone out of there. I think he's going to have some explaining to do. Wouldn't be shocked if he lawyered up. Wouldn't be shocked if Don Lemon lawyered up. I mean, you don't mess with a house of worship, You don't mess with any house of worship, whether you agree with the religion or not. Any religion, you don't mess with a house of worship. You don't go in there and say we're going to go in there and shut it all down. That has nothing to do with the church itself. Now, people are doing J.P. Miller with Micah Miller, and I was actually in support, but they didn't go into the churches or anything like that. They're protesting on the streets and everything like that. But you don't go in the churches and shut it down like that. So it's crazy. It's crazy. So we'll see what happens with Don Lemon. I actually have a thumbnail ready. Let me see. I'll show this. I'm just going to show you some things while we're waiting for the President of the United States to speak. But I was like, stay tuned for this because I'm ready. Stay tuned for this. I said, Don, I already got a thumbnail, a YouTube thumbnail ready for Don Lemon here if he gets arrested. So arrested because I think it's coming. I don't think that, if it doesn't come, then what message does that send? That people can just if there's no consequences to things, what message does that send? Right. So we'll see. We'll see if Don Lemon gets. Oh, look what we got. We got some. I'm going to turn up the volume here. All right. They got a 2-minute warning. We got a 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, and we'll see what's going on. We'll see what this is all about. And then, this will probably bump into Greg Bovino speaking, Border Patrol, about ICE operations in Minneapolis. I know the president is going to touch on Minneapolis for sure. But it might be a lot of other things. So I just want to keep, it could be about the economy. It could be about tariffs. It could be about Greenland. It could be about Cuba. It could be about Venezuela. It could be about whatever. Jobs. It could be about anything. But I think it's just going to be a combination of everything. They're saying Trump's going to speak. So we'll listen. We'll listen in on Trump. We'll listen to see what he has to say. I see a lot of people in the chat. Thanks for being here on JLR Investigates as we cover what's going on in true crime 24/7, 365 and breaking news all the time. That's what we do. Chaos in Minnesota. Chaos around the country. Oh, look at this. Here he is. Turn it up.
Wow, that's a big crowd. It's a lot of people. I think it's like a record. So these are accomplishments. We have a lot of accomplishments. And as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th. And it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people. And these are just some of the more recent ones that we have. And I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. If you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that In many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. Now, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out and they get them money and they go out and buy Mercedes Benzes and they come from here. They have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here is another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. And these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. The dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners, Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are real. These are rough. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see. Yeah, these are all so far people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country. bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at it here. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. One of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators, insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming, shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this. All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. I like that guy. He keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now. Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many murderers. People that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. Never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it as a Republican. I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way. It was a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. What, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty. I think somebody did that. It was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower. Created super high. What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth, and America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country. And we had 5%. Nobody in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. It shouldn't. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here, they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history. And we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting, maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers, and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon, $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly. And he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know him a little bit. They said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, and I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life, my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now, all of a sudden, she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country. And you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration had no clue, or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sport doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. At a 62% reduction, next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. And to me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. I think it's the biggest thing there is when you talk about healthcare. Drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times. More than that even. but we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S. built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did, but it works better for us. Under my leadership, it's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said, close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe, because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember, they said, we need legislation to close the border. They had millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in, and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers, people from prisons and jails. Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. They said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now, the criminals. And I think it's very important. Every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. You can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. and every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't take. They had so little respect that they'd bring them there, and they wouldn't take them. They said, "Get the hell out of here." They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country, and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane. So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me. They have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept them back. Cut a record number of regulations. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one added. Think of that. I wanted to do 10. In my first 4 years, I did. When we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year, I said you have to cut 10. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope I can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations. Regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela very quickly. Using tariffs slash the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slash it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. We did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing. So we have, we announce our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment. And they were very good, but we could make them great. But we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, I mean, we have jobs where they had 10 people for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire 1 million people. We cut millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people and then they hire another million. They load it up and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, when you have good people in the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that, that's 25% of jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now, would have an unemployed. I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary, because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money by the government, it's no good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show, we were at 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%. 99.99. Now, I want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, 0, and these are government numbers. These are not my numbers. For 8 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration, where because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, in many cases, they're criminals in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people. They're wonderful people. They don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels. They voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens. That's a big thing. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97% down drugs coming in by water. 97%. Nobody ever heard of that before. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97, and we're looking for the 3%. Who the hell are the 3%? They're crazy. But we've taken out almost 100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Removed tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake. Sometimes it can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, another dangerous place. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So in Somalia, the Somalians, what they're good at, that's about the only thing they're good at, is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up. You talk about a blow up. Bad. We've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance companies, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it, because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat. They don't know what the hell happened. But all of a sudden, there are no pirates at sea. Do you notice? We haven't had a boat taken in a little while. Came out of Somalia, really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Ilhan Omar, she comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here, comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I were an elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take him out. Let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters. One guy is winning by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take this guy out. Let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden. And all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them. But never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage. It talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people worked so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. It's our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. Trying to say that, you know, in China is making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, the American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom. No hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order. New category. D.C. and Memphis federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place. And I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that. But some of them found it hard to thank me. But, you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, You can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and DC is beautiful again too. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all. The rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. We didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know. To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, are bad guys. Look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great thing, and we have virtually no crime in D.C. anymore. And before we did this move, and we could do the same thing with Chicago. We brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota way down, even though everything's a fight, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, it's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group. And, you get 600,000 votes against you. They all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another. Nationwide, the motor vehicle theft was out of control, and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win. But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster. And then other places. I don't know if it started in New York. I remember it starting in New York. So if somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out, no bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released, and goes out and murders somebody. 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay, got to have bail. There's a reason for bail, long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but you got to get the people off the streets. We used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. He was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big, tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think, it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, the Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to, here. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2:00 in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. The pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. That was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The prime minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, beautiful Nile with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States of America. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it, this country. I don't know. Maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat. But what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan. They were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of both countries in my office. Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat on one side, one sat on the other. He said, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years, I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years, I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour, they were next to each other. And by the time we ended, they were hugging each other. And it's been a great peace, you know. Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I saved millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? Good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but you know, the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on they knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body. I got him back. We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations, and you know, with all the wars I settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help, but I got, you know, the presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads. We got along. And they liked me. I liked them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. I've worked on it for 10 years because it's his territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss. Oh, we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%. And they paid the 5% and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that, but he said it a lot. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO, and I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. You know, I'm just asking. Just saying, right? You remember during the debate? Just saying. Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military. And next year, we hopefully will go to a $1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War, which everyone loves, by the way. Signed landmark critical minerals deals with Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Ukraine, Japan, and many others. We're going to have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization, where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably with all the illegals. China probably knows more accurately. But we have much smaller in terms of the number of people. We have a much more powerful military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban, which was just horrible seeing them every year, seeing them do that military down some dirty street is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it, and bigger and better. We need it, peace through strength. But we withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. So I remember we were paying $500 million. They were paying 37 or 39 million. And I said, how come? So I withdrew, and they called, we'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37 and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel around. And I thought about it. So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out, because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid 500. They paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council, we ended. The UN Relief and Works Agency, we ended. And the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard. But we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along. But I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. Just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam, and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy a electric vehicle. I mean, if you think, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous cafe standards. That's having to do with the environment. So ridiculous. Canceled the EPA's absurd, totally absurd tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands. It made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The numbers, the cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars, which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's a bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us, by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making more money and building more cars than they are doing so good, all because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. Reopened Anwar for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and I say clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. It has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote. We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left and they were bad for us. Signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks. Required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home on their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C. or wherever it may be. And we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers that wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech. Made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. This was not a tough one. Two genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit it. Ban the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually asked my people today, yes, sir, because people, it's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case on that. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports. A couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records, look at weightlifting records, look at swimming records, look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance. To restore fairness and merit, we're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his handpicked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Sixsmith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy. And Letitia James is sick. And Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fannie. You can't call Fannie. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine? Putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime, oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize. I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone, and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular. And I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing. And he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets. And, you know, they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. signed an AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with the fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say, open up the water, open it up to the governor, to the mayor. They didn't want to do it. They wanted to protect a tiny little fish that's, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess, but it's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses. Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles. He's Nicole, who decided to go to Africa during the fire. So you have this incompetent mayor, and I had it out with her the night when I got right after the fire. I went there. She said, we're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it. And I said, we're going to get you fast permits. So we get them within 2 weeks. And they're coming up with some of the most incredible electric plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or otherwise, is building their own electricity. They're building their own plant. And it's incredible. Many of them are under construction already. You're going to have, we're leading AI and we're leading China by a lot. Established a MAHA presidential commission, banned many artificial food dyes, as you know, issued new vaccine recommendations and created new real food pyramid. And Bobby and Dr. Oz have been incredible. Provided $12 billion in aid for American farmers. Just gave them $12 billion in aid because they got screwed by other nations. And the number of drug dealers have fallen every single month since I took office. Drug dealers are way down in the United States. And that's a small version of what's sitting right there. That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead, and it's the hottest country in the world right now. And that's after 1 year. So let's go. That's a lot of people. Please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. One, do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And another one, you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you
I did.
expect him to play,
A
especially
big role. I like him.
Venezuela?
Yeah.
And another one, because
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world. Right. At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So 2 questions.
Well, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs. And we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post?
No, I haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from Norway. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's prime minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And I believe
prize
very
affect-
strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask him to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know. Think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia, Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Mr. President, Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of, income limit where it made sense. But we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall of the regime.
I did a good job.
The Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and, get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028. But what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often. And somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
Thank you, President Trump. President Trump, you spoke earlier.
Mr. President. You've been hearing from allies.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Cara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
Well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are
look,
you going to use force?
take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that, but we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, Davos, and we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
And so
Thank you, Mr. President. Will you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. Because Emmanuel's not going to be there very long, and there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron, but he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good structural floor. This used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happen. But we need a good structure here, don't we, huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government. Will you do to ensure that Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria, continue as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things. So they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us. But we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds. That's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months. And, I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because, a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. That you take a look at their energy policy, they're going to destroy themselves with what they're doing with the windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Well, call it.
I do. I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During
Go
your
ahead,
second,
please. Go ahead.
One
Thank you,
question
Mr.
about
President.
Red. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The red blouse. Go ahead.
You talked a lot at the beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows the majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden?
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. We brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down. And we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. The Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more. Go ahead, go. Yes.
I want to ask you about Iran. Is the military option still on the table? And can you assure us that the killing in Iran has stopped? And when regard to your peace council, which members have to pay $1
So
billion?
with Iran, are you from Iran?
No, I cover the White House.
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people. And I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people. And they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead. I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
President.
right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
it wouldn't improve the lives of any. What improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about millions of people. You multiply it times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan, that could have been 10, 15, 20 million people. Could have been more than that. So I saved millions of people. So that to me is the big thing. What?
You suggested a moment ago that perhaps the reason why a positive story about the economy isn't getting through is because of bad communications people. But are average Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they?
So I think a lot of people are listening to the fake news a little bit, and I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote. We're not promoting. We're doing a great job, and we're sort of letting the promotion take care of itself. One of the reasons I'm doing this news conference, I think it's important. We have taken a mess and made it really good. It's going to get even better. But if you look at prices from a year or a year and a half ago, you look at the Biden prices, they were way up through the sky. And, they use the word affordability. They just say affordability and they don't talk about it. They created the affordability problem, and we are solving it. We have solved a lot of it. Again, everybody agrees in this room, I think, gasoline prices have come per gallon way down. When that happens, everything else comes down, but they've come down way down. Many of the groceries have come way down. It's all happening, and it's happening strong. But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices now.
Mr. President of Venezuela, you made a condition.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
Nice place.
Thank you. You made a condition that the political prisoners should be freed. It seems that they are not being as fast as they promised in the beginning. Would that be an issue for the current government?
They've agreed that they're going to let, I guess, most of them out. Or depends on what they did. But they have released a lot of. Released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
Mr. President, earlier on last year, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde, blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very interesting. So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody. Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before, in every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible, and pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
Thank you very much. First of all, last year you told me that you believe that the reason you won the election is because God put you in this place so that you could save the world. Looking back 1 year, do you feel like God is proud of the effort that you've put in?
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion. We're protecting a lot of people that are being killed. Christians, Jewish people, and lots of people are being protected by me that wouldn't be protected by another type of president. No, I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a disaster. People poured. It was an invasion into our country of a lot of very bad people, good people too, but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people, murderers, thousands and thousands of murderers allowed into our country. And we now have the strongest border of any country. There's probably not a country, I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border, by the way, but there's not a country in the world that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
You said you're confident something's going to get worked out in Greenland, but Greenlanders have made it clear they don't want to be part of the U.S.
Well,
What
I
gives
haven't.
the
I
U.S. the
haven't.
right to
I
take away
haven't
that
spoken.
self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
Mr. President, are you committed to keeping the U.S. in NATO?
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so much stronger. It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now. I don't agree with a lot of the things they've done, but that was done before I got there. I think NATO's been good. Sometimes it's overrated, sometimes it's not. But we have a strong NATO. When I came here, we had a weak NATO. We had a NATO at 2%, and they weren't paying. You had a nothing NATO. NATO's, whether you like it or not, it's only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong. Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Really appreciate it, sir. We've heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry pick the top three? And then looking forward, what are your three most important priorities in 2026?
So I think the building of a really powerful military has been a great achievement, and that would include the Venezuela thing. That would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat. I think that's been really amazing what we've done militarily. I think what we've done in business has been incredible. We have $18 trillion coming in. Plants are being built all over. Thousands of plants are being built all over the country. 18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with it if I wasn't able to say, if you don't go along with it, we're going to put a 10 or 15 or 20% tariff on your nation. And they went along. And our drug prices are going to come down at numbers never even seen before, never even thought possible before. So those would be three things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we're a little bit behind by a few minutes, but that was him. We're just kind of filling in here. Let me put this up here because Bavino is ready to speak here. That's what we're going to cover here. Border Patrol, DHS is going to give an update, but they were supposed to go at 3, so I'm assuming that they were waiting for the President of the United States to finish. So, he started out with Minnesota. He went hard, then he went off just to, everything. But we got to listen to him, see what he has to say. Let me get this up in the pipeline here because now here we are. We have a screen here, and this will be. All right, so we're in the pipeline here with Bavino and DHS going to speak. President of the United States speaks. Katie's on the case. Nice to see you. I was always on Twitter too. Nice to see you again. Some of the comments up, whether you like Trump or not, some people in the chat like Trump, some people don't. It's always good to hear what's going on in the minds of the President of the United States, particular to issues and topics that we discuss on the channel. Let me turn down my volume, my mic a little bit. So he spoke and stuff. I thought it was quite interesting to see the pictures that he was showing of all the crazy criminals out of Minnesota. Minnesota is definitely a chaos. It's chaos, and the chaos is going to continue. We're going to probably hear from Bavino here about what Border Patrol and ICE is accomplishing in the state of Minnesota, Minneapolis. I can report also that it appears numerous politicians have been served subpoenas. Fox News is reporting Jacob Fry, Minneapolis mayor, was served a subpoena today. So I have that as a pinned comment about the subpoenas. All these politicians have been got served federal subpoenas in reference to obstructing ICE and federal immigration efforts out there. So what's probably going to happen with the subpoenas, they might have to be forced to testify in front of a federal grand jury or provide documents and or exhibits. I'm thinking it's a combination of both. They're probably all getting lawyers now at this point and, seeing what they're going to do about the subpoenas, right? You can quash a subpoena. You can get a federal subpoena and you can, get an attorney to quash it. More than likely, the judge will deny that. Whatever you're compelled to do, you're going to end up having to do. And if you don't do it, you could be held in direct contempt of court and possibly be jailed or, until you purge, give that information, whatever the government is seeking. We don't know what the government is seeking in reference to that. So looks like they're zooming out. We will see what's going on here. As soon as they come on, I'll put the volume up so we can listen in on DHS. So this will be interesting to watch, and we'll see what's going on. But yeah, subpoenas. They got subpoenas. You don't want to mess with subpoenas. You don't want to mess with subpoenas for real. No subpoenas at all that you want to defy. We'll see what they say. Keith Ellison got sent a subpoena. Jacob Fry, Walls. I think the mayor of St. Paul, and there was another county. I'll tell you, it was quite a few. Let me see exactly who got served the subpoenas. The FBI has officially served Tim Walls, Mayor Fry, with subpoenas in the criminal investigation to them conspiring to impede ICE operations. It looks like Walls, Keith Ellison, Jacob Fry, St. Paul Mayor Keoli Herr, if I'm butchering that name, I apologize. Ramsey County Attorney John Choi, and Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moradi. If I'm butchering some names, I apologize. So it was quite a few that got the subpoenas. Walls and 5 other people got served subpoenas. So maybe they'll change their tune. Maybe they'll start agreeing. Oh, here he is. Let's turn up the volume. That's Greg Bavino, Commander. So we'll get this volume up.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Greg Bavino. I'm the Commander at Large for Customs and Border Protection Assets here in the great city of Minneapolis. I'm here to talk with you today about interior enforcement, border security, and making our communities and our nation a safer place. I'm joined by my colleague, Executive Associate Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Mr. Marcos Charles. Now, folks, let me be clear from the start that public safety in Minneapolis is not negotiable. When violent criminals exploit gaps in enforcement, gaps at that state and local level especially, federal law enforcement has a responsibility to act. That is why we are here. And that is what this operation is about. Our operations are lawful, they're targeted, and they're focused on individuals who pose a serious threat to this community. They are not random, and they are not political. They are about removing criminals who are actively harming Minneapolis neighborhoods. For too long, residents have been told that enforcing our nation's immigration laws undermines public safety. In reality, the opposite is true. When the law is not enforced, violent offenders remain free. criminal networks expand, and
So this keeps
our friends pay the price. Rather than confront that reality of which I've just spoken, leaders like Tim Walz or Mayor Fry have relied on heated rhetoric and accusations that distract from the facts. The facts are that federal agents are arresting murderers, rapists, child predators, cartel-connected criminals, and other individuals who pose a real danger to the people of Minneapolis. As these operations began and since, there have been constant attempts to interfere with lawful enforcement of our nation's Title VIII immigration laws here in Minneapolis. Officers have been violently and aggressively assaulted, objects have been thrown, and vehicles damaged. Despite that violence, enforcement has continued unabated. Our officers remain professional, focused, courteous, and committed to the mission. That mission, again, being Title VIII immigration enforcement. This effort reflects a coordinated federal approach. Agencies are working together under Title VIII authorities. Agencies like the United States Border Patrol, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and many other allied law enforcement agencies, FBI, DEA, ATF, and many others have came together under this operation, under this umbrella. We share intelligence and execute operations in a unified manner. That coordination is essential to effective enforcement and public safety. Since the start of this operation, we have arrested some of the most dangerous criminal offenders operating in Minnesota. In the entire state of Minnesota, we have arrested some of the most violent criminal offenders right here in this city. These are not minor violators or minor garden variety criminals. These are repeat offenders with serious criminal histories. Now, folks, before I came here today, I printed out a few individuals that I'd like to share with you. Individuals that were arrested since yesterday. These 3 individuals were arrested just since yesterday. Keep in mind now, these individuals were walking the streets of Minneapolis with impunity as of yesterday. We've got Hovai Kumaye, a legal alien from a child, including fondling and failure to register as a sex offender. This individual was walking the streets of Minneapolis just yesterday. This individual right here. It's very interesting that I haven't seen this individual or many others like him reported on very much by the local news media or the state news media. That's interesting. Wait, let's don't quit there. No, you can't. Let's continue here. We've got Samuel Aravelo Hernandez, a illegal alien from Guatemala, charged with rape and lewd or lascivious acts with a minor. Think about that for just a second. Rape, and then on top of that, lewd and lascivious acts with a minor. This individual was walking the streets of Minneapolis with impunity just yesterday. Let's don't quit there. Let's keep on there. We've got Annabelle Gomez, a illegal alien from Honduras, previously arrested for criminal sexual conduct and domestic assault. Other convictions include disorderly conduct and driving under the influence of liquor. Walking the streets as of yesterday. These are just three that I decided to print out. There's a whole stack of them. There's a whole stack of these. As a matter of fact, when we look over the past year at the 10,000 that have been arrested here in Minneapolis and Minnesota, that stack is enormous.
I just want to just share real quick that it's not our feed that he's skipping out, but this is the best available feed because the other ones are so low. So I just want to point that out. So it does skip a little bit.
And other neighbors, friends, or colleagues, and America. This is exactly why interior enforcement exists, to remove dangerous criminals from our communities, remove dangerous illegal alien criminals from our communities. It's also important, folks, to address a point that's often overlooked. Interior enforcement does not exist, and it's not just about interior enforcement. It's a dichotomy here. It's interior enforcement and border enforcement. What happens in Minneapolis is directly connected at what happens at our borders. Interior enforcement and border enforcement, border security are intricately connected. For years, federal law enforcement was placed in a defensive posture, especially over those past 4 years. Agents were overwhelmed, processing massive numbers of illegal aliens coming into the country, often with limited vetting, minimal accountability, and few consequences. I think that's proven right here just by those three that I held up there. Time and resources that should have been dedicated to public safety were diverted to administrative processing, and criminal organizations exploited that environment. Over the past year, under the leadership of our President, Donald J. Trump, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, that dynamic has changed. It's changed radically. It's changed more than I've ever seen in my over 3 decades in law enforcement. Border enforcement has reached historic levels. I actually call back to my home sector in El Centro today. They had 1 apprehension over the past 24 hours. 1 along that 75-mile stretch of border in El Centro alone. Last week, there were several days where they had 0 border crossers in that sector. That's the same thing across all 20 Border Patrol sectors. Very few crossings. Illegal crossings have dropped to record lows. Catch and release has ended. Consequences have been restored. Again, consequences restored. Because the border is now secure, law enforcement can do its job more effectively. Agents are no longer tied up processing and releasing individuals into the interior, individuals that we just talked about. They can focus on who is coming into this country, and just as importantly, identifying and removing those who should not be here. And that shift matters. It allows for meaningful vetting, targeted, and a renewed focus on public safety over paperwork. Public safety over paperwork. Border security provides operational control pipelines to prevent criminal flow from reaching American cities. It also allows law enforcement to focus again on removing individuals who slip through during years of failed policies and later committed serious crimes. What happens on the border doesn't stay on the border. Border enforcement and interior enforcement are 2 parts of the same mission. A secure border without interior enforcement leaves communities vulnerable. And interior enforcement without border control is unsustainable. Again, it's that dichotomous relationship. When both are aligned, the results are clear. Over the course of this administration, more than 10,000 criminal illegal aliens, as I said, have been apprehended here in Minneapolis over the past year. And in just the last 6 weeks alone, during this most current surge, 3,000 arrests of some of the most dangerous offenders operating in Minneapolis have occurred. 3,000. These are not technical violations, as I mentioned. These are individuals responsible for serious harm. Think about it for just a second, what the rape of a child actually entails. It seems as if that's glossed over by the media oftentimes. What does that entail, and what's that like? Think about that. Murderers, rapists, gang members, they're not the people we want in our community. This is what public safety looks like. When the law is enforced consistently and professionally, we will continue enforcing the law. We will continue making arrests, and we will continue working to keep Minneapolis safe. The mission continues at the border and in the interior, because that effective enforcement depends on both occurring at the same time. Let's make America safe again. Honor first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon. My name is Marcos Charles. As Greg introduced, I am the Executive Associate Director for for ICE enforcement removal operations. Thank you for joining us. We announced the current status of Operation Metro Surge. As you know, the Department of Homeland Security has arrested over 10,000 illegal aliens in Minnesota since President Trump took office. Over the weekend and through yesterday's holiday, ICE arrested 113 illegal aliens in Minnesota. Some of the criminal aliens that were arrested, whose photos you see beside me on the monitor, include an illegal alien gang member from Laos with convictions for homicide and robbery, an illegal alien from Laos who's been convicted for sodomizing a 12-year-old girl and sexual assault, an illegal alien from the Marshall Islands who has 24 criminal convictions, including assault, domestic abuse, and theft. There's an illegal alien from Honduras convicted of 3 DUIs who has also been arrested for kidnapping, robbery with a dangerous weapon, and possession of a stolen firearm. An illegal alien from South Africa convicted of violating a restraining order and arrested for domestic violence, assault, meth possession, and DUI. We are currently also looking for 2 sexual predators who are at large in or around St. Paul right now. Lu Mao Ah, a criminal illegal alien from Laos who is wanted for sexually assaulting a child, rape, kidnapping, and domestic violence. And Kong Ming Bang, a criminal illegal alien from Laos who is wanted for sexual assault, gang activity, and simple assault. If you have any information about these 2 criminal illegal aliens or any other criminal illegal aliens, please call the ICE tip line at 866 DHS 2 ICE or visit the website at ice.gov to submit a tip. Since President Trump took office 1 year ago today, the state of Minnesota has released nearly 500 criminal aliens who were in police or state custody rather than turning them over to ICE for removal proceedings. Many of these criminals already have a final order of removal, which means an immigration judge has determined that they have no legal basis to remain in the United States. ICE currently has more than 1,360 immigration detainers on illegal aliens in Minnesota jails and prisons, and we are calling on Governor Walz and Mayor Fry to turn these criminal illegal aliens directly over to ICE to keep Minnesota residents in our community safe. If local officials, including those in the Twin Cities, don't want ICE to arrest criminal aliens that are at large in their communities, the best solution is to turn them over to us in a safe, controlled setting like a jail or prison, instead of releasing them back onto the street to victimize our neighborhoods, where your children go to school, where your parents live, and where you worship, shop, and spend time with your loved ones. The holiday weekend's arrests reflect ICE's commitment to public safety and responsible enforcement. When criminal illegal aliens threaten the Twin Cities or any other city in America, we act decisively to remove them from the community in a controlled and lawful manner. Our goal is simple. We're here to protect the American communities from people like the ones you see here on the monitor. Thank you.
For Commander Fabino, some of us in this room, this is AC Thompson with PBS Frontline, have followed you from city to city and documented your activities. How is what you're dealing with here different than what we've seen in other places?
Well, Mr. Thompson, thanks for the question. We've been in many cities, as you know. We've been in Los Angeles, Chicago, Charlotte, New Orleans, and now obviously Minneapolis. So what we've seen that's a bit different here is the organization of some of the groups. The groups are a bit better organized. They've got some excellent communications, and that coupled with a very poor response from the mayor and the governor, those two things coupled together make that a difficult operating environment at times. And the reason I say that is a chain from Operation Catahoula in Louisiana, in which state and locals, including the governor, the mayors, the police chief, worked in close concert for us to do what my colleague here, Marcus Charles, said, and that's remove violent offenders, bad people and bad things from the streets. And in doing that, I had one act of violence against Border Patrol, one notable act of violence against Border Patrol in a month. Here, I've lost count. I've already lost count of how many. I believe we had a vehicle ramming today. We had one yesterday in which 2 illegal aliens decided that it would be a good idea to ram Border Patrol agents and then take off. And in doing so, they hit a civilian vehicle as well. Those 2 were apprehended. So it's that collusion and corruption between elected officials and these anarchists that are intent on creating violence for law enforcement. You know, I see a lot of this that mirrors what happened in 2020 here, right here in this city, when they decided to try to burn the city down. It's that same type of rhetoric, that same type of support by those elected officials. So that's very different than what I just witnessed in Louisiana, the place that I just came from.
Question for you. I'm with Waterhawk. It's hard to get coffee in the Twin Cities without seeing signs of ICE can't enter, but everyone else can, or restaurants or supermarkets. Based on everything you shared today, what is your message to these businesses, these organizations that are obviously trying to push out ICE and your operation?
Sure. And this goes to anyone, not just those businesses and organizations. Don't fall victim. Don't fall victim to that heated rhetoric and those lies that are often spouted by, say, a Mayor Fry. Mayor Fry actually told his police force to fight federal agents in the city. And you should have even seen the look on O'Brien's face, Chief O'Brien. His eyebrows actually raised at that one. So don't fall victim to that. Our Border Patrol agents, our ICE officers, our parents, they're citizens. They enjoy the rule of law just like everyone else. So to deny them a cup of coffee or lawful commerce seems to be absolutely opposite of what we would expect in a lawful, orderly society. Did we like what happened with the church there a couple of days ago when individuals came in and disrupted almost violently a church service? Absolutely not. Same thing. We should treat each other with respect, dignity. And that is why we are here in this city as we take those violent criminals off the streets. That's respect and dignity.
This is for you as well, Commander Pavino. At a press conference today, we heard from several local police chiefs who said that they support ICE, but that certain ICE tactics are making their jobs keep communities safe that much harder. What's your response?
I would say that those tactics are born of necessity. What we do is legal, ethical, and moral. Everything we do every day is legal, funded, and law. So I would police chiefs do work for the Mayor Fries of the world that turn over those illegal aliens, those criminal illegal aliens. You know, let me hold these up again, so it's just so we don't forget this, because it seems like it always gets forgotten. Rape, lewd, and lascivious acts against a child. So Mayor Fry is having police chiefs worry about tactics while we're after these type of people. I think that they're asking the wrong questions and their priorities are misplaced. Let's work. Wait, I'm not done yet. Let's work together. And we've said this from the very beginning. We want to work together with local police chiefs and rank and file. And believe it or not, folks, we work very well together with the rank and file we have in every single city we've been to, whether that's Los Angeles, Chicago. A lot of rank and file gave us a lot of good information on a lot of good criminals, a lot of bad criminals there in Chicago. And then we proved it again. Let's work together to take individuals like this off the street. Had we worked together from the very beginning, perhaps we wouldn't be in the city by the thousands conducting operations that those police chiefs, those mayors, and those elected representatives refuse to partake in.
If I could just follow up though real quick, if from a lot of people, I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone who doesn't want criminals who are alleged to do these things out of these communities. And no one wants that. I think where a lot of the criticism comes in is within the tactics that you see ICE and others engaging in, that it's ordinary citizens who are not sex offenders or rapists getting swept up in it. So what do you say to that?
Sure. Where you're talking about these ordinary citizens, mom, pa, America, that get swept up in what I see. I'm out on the streets just as Marcos Charles here is. We're on the streets with our troops almost every day. And what we see when folks get swept up, as you say, oftentimes it's those agitators, those rioters, and now I'll call them anarchists, that actually cause mom, pa, America to sometimes be near, at, or involved in a very tense situation when they shouldn't even be. There's no need for that violence that we see against law enforcement. And again, it seems as the only people that are really dialing down that rhetoric is the federal law enforcement entities that just want to conduct legal, ethical, and lawful law enforcement missions in this city to take out those violent criminals, bad people, and bad things. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
What is the current status of the officer that was involved in the shooting? Is he on administrative leave? And then the second question is, the local police today were accusing both ICE and Border Patrol of having a small group of people within the ranks that are causing these issues. What's your response to that? Either one of you can answer that one. They're saying that it's isolated to a small group of agents that are causing issues.
So the officer that was involved in the shooting last week or 2 weeks ago now, he's recovering. He's at home recovering.
Is he on administrative leave or is he still involved in the operation?
Right now he's at home recovering. Leave it at that.
And as far as the response to local police saying that it's isolated to a small group of your agents or officers that are causing issues?
So our officers that are out there, CBP, Border Patrol, DOJ partners that are out there, ICE, ERO, HSI, everybody that's out there is a professional. They're out there doing their job. They're everyday people doing a very hard job trying to enforce the immigration laws in an environment where local and state politicians have been spreading rhetoric that dehumanizes these officers and agents.
Commander Rubio, according to the Daily Caller, earlier today, Brooklyn Park police chief said that his department is receiving endless of calls from American citizens saying that their civil rights are being violated by federal agents. And the police chief also went on to say that some of his off-duty officers are also being asked for their immigration status, and one officer was boxing. That's according to the police chief. I just wanted if you had a response for the Brooklyn Park police chief.
Sure. Again, our Border Patrol agents, ICE officers, and those allied federal law enforcement agencies are out there conducting Title VIII immigration, the Title VIII immigration mission. And I'll tell you, when you have a mayor and a police chief, O'Hara, that say call 911 when ICE or Border Patrol's in the neighborhood, and then they wonder why the 911 system is overwhelmed with superfluous calls superfluous call for assistance when that is not true. So we're going to continue to be out in the community, and we're going to continue to conduct that mission, that legal, lawful Title VIII mission. And, again, I've been out with my Border Patrol agents. Marcos is out constantly with his troops. And what I see out there is a very professional, prudent, and thoughtful law enforcement action. And if somebody needs to use the 911 system, then do it. But let's don't encourage anarchists to utilize a 911 system that hurts other Americans that may need to use that system. A law enforcement professional should know that.
Thank you, Russ.
Thank you.
All right. Feed a little shaky. Apologize for that. There was multiple feeds, but this one was the loudest. The other ones you hardly could hear. sometimes in these live moments, things skip, but we got the gist of what's going on. They're explaining their operation and whatnot. We got something else brewing here. I'm going to get this up here. It looks like, folks, that there's another situation and another press conference ready to go up. And we're going to take you to, it's centered around the church. And its activists, protesters call for city church pastor to resign. So we're going to get this up in the pipeline here. Stand by. It starts here in about a minute. I think it just started. So I'm going to get this here. And we are going to, we're going to get this up. Stand by.
Right. And of course, I've been getting all kinds of threats, via email, via social media, saying that, you come into my church, this will have like literal threats, and these people are crazy. So I'm hoping, I talked to her and she's holding it together,
Okay.
but it's rattling, you know what I mean, for her.
So there's online chatter that they're trying to get her fired from the St. Paul.
Yeah, they will do anything but address injustice and abuse and violence. And that's what we're trying to remind the media of. Not to engage in the gaslighting from the Trump administration and MAGA. Because you guys noticed that night, after when everybody's talking about the protesting, what did they do? We're going to investigate. Oh, now you want to investigate. And that's the headline that the media ran with. Not the power of the people, not the fact that you have a ICE director doubling as a pastor. That's high level gaslighting. So I've had to push back. I've probably done 8 to 10 interviews, over the last day. And I've had to push back against the media even before the interview, saying this is gaslighting and I'm not going to participate in it. And I hope that you get your grounding straight and stop repeating talking points from these clowns at the federal government. Because I'm not here for it. It's bull. So, okay, our last speaker is here. Okay, so everyone who is here to stand in solidarity, we did not post this publicly that this press conference is happening. We didn't post the location or the address because of the increased threats and targeting that we've experienced since last Sunday. Normally, you would see a large crowd here, but that was on purpose so that we didn't have to put it out. We only told the media, where this was and the time that this was in order to protect the people who are here. Okay, so come on, guys. You guys ready? Phones on fire? Yes. Okay, I'll open this up. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Nakima Levy Armstrong. I am a civil rights attorney, the founder of the Racial Justice Network, and yes, an ordained reverend. Let me repeat that again, an ordained reverend, which I have been since 2016. I have also been an itinerant preacher since 2007. And for those who may not know, I taught at a faith-based law school, the University of St. Thomas Law School, for 13 years, focused on faith, social justice, and the law. So my faith informs my activism. When you see me on the front lines, when you see me speaking truth to power, when you see me disrupting business as usual, that is the result of my faith and my belief in the gospel of Jesus Christ. My faith also played a primary role in organizing and co-organizing the demonstration that happened at City's Church last Sunday, the day before the official Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. And we called it the Martin Luther King Jr. edition because our society commemorates Dr. King and his words, but most of the time, we do not repeat his actions, which had to do with disrupting the status quo, calling out our government, just like his Beyond Vietnam speech did, and made him one of the most hated men in America. So we have to understand that when you are fighting for racial justice, equality, and civil rights, there's a large contingency within our population that does not want to hear the truth, that specializes in distractions and gaslightings and threats. As a matter of fact, I want to read to you all an email that I received just today. It's one of many. But this is what a person wrote to me. You're very lucky I wasn't in church when you idiots came in. Good, speaking about Renee Good, deserves what she got, and you would have gotten the same, dumb bitch. So that's what someone wrote to me. And again, it's one of many emails that I have received from these MAGA supporters, from people who have a problem with the fact that we came into the church to confront an injustice, and do not have a problem with the fact that you have an ICE director, not just an ICE agent, as some people have said, but the director of the ICE field office in the state of Minnesota, also serving as a pastor at City's Church in St. Paul. Someone help me understand how it's possible to hold both roles with integrity, with honor, because the gospel that I believe in, the foundation, says that we are to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. Now contrast that gospel message to what we have been seeing by ICE and the terrorism that they have engaged in on the streets of St. Paul, Minneapolis, and surrounding suburbs, and including outstate Minnesota, where they have literally kicked in people's doors. They have dragged people out of their homes. As a matter of fact, on Sunday, while we were in City's Church, one of the most egregious things that they did was brought out a Hmong elder wearing a robe and some pajama shorts, it looked like, and they wouldn't even let the man put on full clothing, knowing that we're dealing with freezing cold temperatures here in Minnesota. And they did the same to a Liberian immigrant by the name of Garrison in North Minneapolis, where they kicked in the man's door and came in with big guns and took him out. And then NPR reported that when he got to the detention facility, they took trophy photos with him, like he was a slave or an animal that they caught out in the wild. And he wasn't the only one that they did that to. So somebody tell me, how is it acceptable for David Easterwood to be a pastor when he is condoning this kind of conduct? And not just condoning it through his silence when it comes to addressing it publicly with our community, but the fact that he was referenced in the lawsuit that was filed by the ACLU in December on behalf of 6 residents, calling out the retaliatory and abusive tactics by ICE. And you know what David said in that lawsuit? There is no evidence that this is going on. It's the protesters and their aggression that's at fault. Well, think about what Rebecca Good said, the wife of Renee Good. They had guns, we had whistles. So you are talking about nonviolent, peaceful protesters with whistles, rocks, ice, and occasionally fireworks being compared to these thugs coming into our community with high-powered assault weapons, who have flashbang grenades, who have tear gas and green gas, being able to unleash these military-grade weapons upon our community. And instead of these issues being addressed, what do we get from the federal government? Threats of investigating those of us who were involved in a peaceful demonstration at City's Church. The same federal government that made up lies after the brutal murder of mother and wife Renee Good, falsely claiming that she was a domestic terrorist, falsely claiming that she tried to run over ICE agent Jonathan Ross. How dare they? And then putting out a statement that they're not going to investigate him on top of all of that. And what did the Vice President of the United States say, who is also a lawyer? That this man has total immunity, which is false under the law. So these people need to be called out, and they need to be held accountable for continuing to assault the very people who are standing up for freedom, justice, and equality. This does not just affect immigrants. It's bad enough that it affects immigrants, but it also affects American citizens. And it doesn't matter whether they are adults or whether they are children. Think about the day that Renee Good was killed. That same day, ICE officers, federal officers, went to Roosevelt High School and they assaulted young people, pepper sprayed them and physically assaulted them. And then they tackled one of their staff members in front of these kids. Think about the family of 8 that was driving in North Minneapolis on the day that the Venezuelan national was shot in the leg. On that day, as that family was driving, so a mother, a father, and 6 children, ICE agents unleashed military-grade munitions on that family's vehicle, causing a flashbang grenade to go under their car and tear gas to go into their car. 2 of their children had asthma and could not breathe. But even worse, a 6-month-old baby lost consciousness during that attack. A 6-month-old baby, an innocent family, because of the lawlessness and the recklessness by ICE. Now think about that. And then you think about the board of City's Church. Instead of them saying, you know what, we made a mistake. David Easterwood should not have been allowed to continue to remain as a pastor on our roster at this church in light of all of the abuse and harm being levied by ICE, if they were true to the gospel that I just referenced. But instead, what did they do? Issue a statement calling protesters lawless. That's the kind of gaslighting that we're dealing with here. It's unconscionable and it's unacceptable while human lives are at stake. So today, we are calling for the resignation of so-called Pastor David Easterwood from City's Church. We are asking City's Church to operate in truth and integrity and the true meaning of the gospel, and to recognize that David Easterwood's dual role as a pastor and as the director of the ICE office is a most definite conflict of interest, and it cannot stand. Thank you. So with that, I'm calling up next Monique Cullors-Doty, who is the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Minnesota and one of the co-organizers of the demonstration that we held at City's Church on Sunday. Let's welcome Monique.
Aside from being co-founder of Black Lives Matter Minnesota, I'm an ordained deacon. And one of the roles of the deacon in the church is for correction. When I learned of David Easterwood's role in the church, in City Church, it was obvious that there was a need for correction. When we went to that church in peace, we did not storm City Church, as it's been reported in Fox News. We did not descend from helicopters. We did not have military gear. We walked in peacefully. This was not January 6th. This was January 16th.
Yes.
This was not an insurrection. This was a correction. Because you cannot stand in 4 walls and call yourself a church if you're not truly preaching, teaching, living, and walking the true gospel. It is an abomination for someone to put the title of reverend, which means reverence for God, before his name and act as a field director for ICE. There is nothing about the ICE operations that we have seen here firsthand in Minnesota that aligns itself with the gospel of Jesus Christ. There is not a teaching in the Bible that supports what is happening with the immigrant community here, what is happening with peaceful protesters, what is happening for those who are standing up for the rights of others, for those who are putting their bodies on the line, for those who have taken wrongful arrests and wrongful detentions. There is nothing in the Bible that supports what ICE is doing. And it is absolutely hypocritical for David Easterwood to be in the role as a director, a field director for ICE in Minnesota, and stand in the pulpit and proclaim the gospel. It is sinful at best. And for the church to continue to support that is problematic as well. I don't know what Bible they are reading. I don't know what pages they decided to skip, but it's not hard to find what Jesus said. You can find a Bible where Jesus' words are highlighted in red if you don't care to read the entire book. But it does not condone what ICE is doing. And I denounce David Easterwood as a minister of the gospel. I denounce him as a legitimate vessel of God, and I denounce him as someone who is able to bring people to the cross in truth, in integrity, and in honesty. I don't know if he's assigned his field agents when they kick in someone's door to hand them a tract to tell them about Jesus. Is that what he's doing? I don't know. But what I can see right now is that there is a church of people that are being led astray. From the response when we were in the church, there was no surprise about David Easterwood's role. As a matter of fact, they tried to deny it. They tried to deny it. It's very clear on the website that he is a pastor at that church. And when I say they were not surprised, it leads me to believe that there needs to be a further investigation into the other pastors of the church and how many other members of the church are actually ICE agents. Because birds of a feather flock together. That people who are walking in the fruit of the Spirit, who are walking in discernment, would know and understand and recognize the spirit of evil that has to be operating within that body. There is no way that someone who is grounded in the word is going to just sit by and just sit and enjoy a song that's played over the speaker, as we heard during the service, and not question, not pause to question, why were these protesters here peacefully, hands up, don't shoot, chanting justice for Renee Good, chanting justice for our immigrant community, chanting in the name of Jesus, because it is what was righteous. And the pushback that we are getting is absolutely ridiculous. For people who are saying, oh, they shouldn't protest in the church, what do they think Jesus did when he turned over the tables in the church? Gentle words and gentle means are for gentle people. There is nothing gentle about ICE, and there is nothing gentle about an ICE field director. So we came and we did what was necessary. And hopefully this opens up a greater conversation for the Southern Baptist Convention, which has already been debating and struggling with immigration and its stance, which is crazy in and of itself, that they would choose half to ignore the Bible and the other half to call for stronger immigration laws. Well, let's be clear. Let's imagine, how hard was it to come through Ellis Island for their ancestors? Not hard. So I say this, standing in solidarity with my other organizers and the other protesters that showed up with us. We stood on the side of what was right. We stood up for our immigrant community, and that's what we all need to do. So when we see other people wrongfully under attack, no one should just sit by idly. Come out of the comfort of your home. Come out in the streets. Find your place and see what you can do to organize, because it's going to get worse before it gets better. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. So as you can see, 2 faith leaders were responsible for co-organizing the demonstration that took place on Sunday. And I have to say that I'm really disappointed overall in our faith community. We are seeing maybe a handful of pastors in this community, including so-called progressive ones, speaking out against this. but more need to use their voices, especially because of the fact that the Trump administration rolled back protections for houses of worship. That is something that the media has completely missed. They sent out guidance saying that ICE agents can enter houses of worship with a warrant. ICE agents have also arrested people in the parking lots of churches, waiting around for people to come out, which has had an impact on our immigrant community because many of those churches have fewer people attending because they are afraid. So if the Trump administration cared about what happened inside of a church, then he would have strengthened protections for churches in the midst of these ICE raids instead of weakening those protections. But we need our faith leaders to speak out. We see you at Target, but we need to see you on the front lines of this fight as well, calling out accountability for the federal government for their lies and manipulations and their abuse. Next, we will hear from Trahern Cruz, who is the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Minnesota and was also one of the protesters at last Sunday's demonstration. Let's welcome Trahern.
Jesus said, love thy neighbor, but the actions from ICE are very hateful right now. But for a pastor to be the director of a hateful organization in our community and having a church in a very diverse community, the city of St. Paul is one of the diverse communities in the country. So for a pastor to be conducting ICE raids in a diverse community is very, very, very hypocritical to us. We came in, and the organizers came in saying, hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. But when Dylan Roof was in a church with black people, he prayed for them, and then he shot them and killed them. During the 60s, we know about the Birmingham era, where black churches continued to be bombed and bombed. We just came in for discussion, a discussion about humanity. So there's a very different ideal of how we were approaching churches and how white supremacists have been approaching churches historically. Lastly, our civil rights protections, racism is costing the United States trillions and trillions of dollars. And civil rights were put into place to address so that black people can be treated civilly. And so for Donald Trump, the President Trump, to reverse that is harmful not only to black people, but harmful to America and also harmful to the American economy. You see the job numbers are real low. You have historic job numbers, and a lot of that is coming from 300,000 black women have been fired since the Trump administration has came into office. And so instead of using the Department of Justice to investigate peaceful protesters, we think the Department of Justice should get back to investigating police brutality and police murders in our community. The Department of Justice should continue to investigate real housing discrimination against black people and other people of color, and education discrimination, historical injustices. That's what the Department of Justice should be engaged in, not investigating peaceful protesters. Donald Trump has experience with law enforcement in the United States, and he feels like it has been unjustly used against him. So we're demanding that he don't unjustly use it against us or anybody else in the United States. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from the woke farmer who was a part of our demonstration at City's Church on Sunday. Let's welcome him.
My name is William Kelly. I'm a combat infantry veteran. I'm a patriot. I'm a defender of human dignity. And now I'm being labeled as a domestic terrorist. We came into that church with peace, while they leave black churches in pieces. While the Somali community and Somali citizens are afraid to go to their mosques. Latinos are afraid to go to their churches. Whether they're citizens or not, they're afraid because this Trump's Gestapo, is terrorizing them. They're afraid to leave their homes. But we went in there and we preached the words of Jesus at them. Jesus said to love thy neighbor. Jesus said to welcome aliens from faraway places. But we're terrorists? They're calling me a professional agitator now? Well, yes, I am. I am an agitator because people need to be agitated. What they're doing to this nation is unconstitutional. It is inhumane. It is treason. It is disgusting. ICE is the complete opposite of Christianity. You cannot be an ICE agent and be a pastor. That is a white supremacist church. As long as that pastor is allowed to preach there, it is a hateful church. Those are not Christians. Those are evil people if they support that. So we will continue to fight. We will continue to stand up for our Black, Latino, and all communities because we care. Because we care about humanity. Because we care about the Constitution. And I'm getting hundreds and hundreds of death threats since that protest on Sunday. And I just want to say I will not be intimidated. I will continue my mission for peace. I will continue my mission to stand for the Republic, to stand for the Constitution, to stand for humanity. All power to the people.
Next, we will hear from Toussaint Morrison, who is an independent journalist and also an activist. He was not a part of the protest, so I'm letting the federal government know you don't have to investigate him. He was not a part of the protest, but he stands in solidarity with us. Let's welcome him.
My name is Toussaint Morrison, and I was baptized in the New Orleans kitchen sink by an Irish Catholic woman named Carol Van Dusen. And I don't know any situation where she would say that harboring an ICE field officer who also works at a church is something that Jesus would stand by. There is a reason why they wear masks. It's because they know that what they're doing is not right. It's because they know that their actions are violence and that their actions are only partaken against a certain demographic of community. They know that they're engaging in racism, misogyny, xenophobia, and anti-immigration. They're engaging in the worst kind of behavior. And the reason why they cover their faces is because they know that they're doing wrong. And when David Easterwood was found out, you could see it in the face of Jonathan Parnell that he was caught. You know when somebody knows that they done fucked up. And that was Jonathan Parnell. Jonathan Parnell couldn't do anything but go back and forth with Don Lemon and then tell him to leave. Jonathan Parnell had the audacity to say that he was in the house of God. I have to tell you right now, the house of God is wherever your community is. It is not in a place that harbors an ICE field officer. The duplicity to be part of ICE and be a pastor at the same time is some type of strange preservation of white comfort that's built on blood. And we can no longer allow it. The duplicity that's occurring right now is Lisa DeMuth saying that the actions on Sunday were totally unacceptable. Meanwhile, her caucus directs Nick Shirley to go terrorize Somali neighborhoods. Directs Nick Shirley to go make fraudulent claims about fraud in black communities. If Lisa DeMuth looked in the mirror for 1 second, she might see the humanity in herself, in her own black skin, of the same people that she's been trying to criminalize throughout her entire campaign run to run for governor. And make no mistake, Chris Medell, who is now trying to protect Jonathan Ross and is running for governor of Minnesota, that is not just in a vacuum. There are many people like Chris Medell, and this is the Minnesota that we want to change. This is the Minnesota that we're addressing. This is the Minnesota that is inside of City's church. And when their white comfort gets disrupted, the look in Jonathan Parnell's eyes is all you need to take a look at. It's because they want to preserve their way and they don't want to address the black and brown blood that fills the streets. They don't want to address the duplicity. I wish that black security guard right there who told all these protesters to move would say the same thing to ICE. But they stand here and do the open joke and he's going to tell people to move again, but he's never going to do it to ICE. He's never going to hold his co-workers accountable. He's never going to do it. And that's the small thing that we're asking right now, is that if you're going to direct terror upon Somali daycares, if you're going to demand accountability, take accountability for your own actions. Take accountability for your own words. And it seems that there is a large narrative where nobody wants to do anything about that. The house of God is on 38th in Chicago. The house of God is in the car where the children were, where the flashbang went underneath. The house of God is wherever your community is. And these places that are devoid of it need to be addressed. David Easterwood was found out. That's it. He went to sleep just fine, profiting from pain. He went to sleep just fine, knowing that nobody knew his name. He went to sleep just fine. And the second that he was found out and called out, what did they do? They wanted to point the finger at everybody else that was protesting there. Because that's what you do. In abuse situations, the first two actions afterwards are isolate and then manipulate the narrative. And that's what they're trying to do right now. But let's not get it twisted. David Easterwood needs to step down from City's church. And then the rest of these ICE agents need to be held accountable for the murder of Renee Good and for the shooting of a community member on the north side and for almost killing a 6-month-old child. All power to the people. All power to the people.
Next, we will hear from Michelle Gross, president of Communities United Against Police Brutality and a longtime advocate for accountability. Please welcome her.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Gross, and I'm president of Communities United Against Police Brutality. And I stand in solidarity with the people that protested at the city's church last Sunday. What they did was noble. What they did was correct. What they did was holding truth to power, and that's very important. I want to point out that while the FBI is claiming that there, or the DOJ is claiming that they're now going to investigate people who peacefully protested against ICE, they do no such thing when ICE shows up at churches, when ICE shows up at hospitals, when ICE shows up at schools. They do no such thing, because this is about a terror campaign, and how dare the community push back against the terror that has rained down on our neighbors.
That's right.
We are not here for it. People, thousands of people, more than 25,000 people across the state are literally out daily, warning their neighbors, helping their neighbors, using their whistles, buying groceries for their neighbors, doing other mutual aid things, getting people to their doctor's appointments, all the kinds of things that people who love each other and care about each other in our communities do to stand up for each other. And that's what these people did too. They were standing up for the rest of the community that has been victimized by these ICE agents and that ICE director. And what they did was righteous. I stand with them, and we will not allow them to go down because of this beautiful work. Thank you.
Just a note to Christy Noman Cash Patel. Michelle Gross was not at the protest, so you don't need to investigate her. But who you do need to investigate is Jonathan Ross for the killing of Renee Good. Before we take questions, I want to point out one additional thing that I think is very important that we've seen happen time and time again, especially since 2020, after the Minneapolis police killing of George Floyd. We have seen it on the front lines of ICE demonstrations, and we saw it after Sunday's demonstration at City's Church, and that is attacks on the free press. We had several independent journalists who were a part of the demonstration to document, not to participate. There is a difference. We saw Don Lemon, who is a national independent journalist, who came here, announced on Facebook on Saturday, I'm coming to Minnesota, saw the flyer on my page for the action, and showed up without knowing what we were doing and where we were going. And suddenly, he has been demonized by the Trump administration, claiming that he led the protests. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, 4 Black women led the protest. No matter what we do, our voices get erased. Whether we're taking on the system, taking care of our community, there is an erasure of Black women. But it was 4 Black women who led the protest. But Don Lemon came to document what was happening. And anybody who watched his footage You saw that he documented our voices and he specifically talked to parishioners to get their side of the story. That's what journalists do. They talk to multiple sides to try to get information. But to try to demonize this man, and there were even memes, I'm hoping there were memes, that came out last night claiming that the Trump administration was going to prosecute this man under the Ku Klux Klan Act, right? That just ridiculousness. The weaponization of our history against us as Donald Trump and his administration tries to erase our history. But we stand in the spirit, in the strength, in the power, in the resistance of the people who came before us, whose voices would not be silenced against white oppression and terrorism and white supremacy. That is why we are still standing strong. As you have people in our community afraid for our safety, texting us, sending us messages that are on there. Do I look afraid to you? No, because I'm standing in the power of the Almighty God. And God is our protector. And at the end of the day, like Queen Esther said, if I perish, I perish. But I will speak the truth. Period, point blank. So these attacks on our press need to stop. We have a journalist here who was attacked by ICE within the last couple weeks. Tear gas, in spite of having a press written across his chest, and also shot with a marker round or a rubber bullet, and now has a boot on his foot for the next 4 to 6 weeks. We've had journalists with their eyes shot out, journalists physically assaulted, pushed to the ground, in spite of ICE and law enforcement knowing that they're journalists. I got a call just yesterday from a local journalist saying that the city of St. Paul was planning to investigate the protest. Well, for those who don't know, City's Church called the police on us, even though we were peaceful and nonviolent. So the St. Paul police did arrive, but they stayed outside of the church until we left. They didn't approach us. They didn't say anything to us. I find it ironic, if that is true what the journalist said about the city of St. Paul investigating our protests. Why haven't you investigated the conduct of the St. Paul Police Department 2 days before Thanksgiving when they aided ICE and terrorizing our community? Where are the results of that investigation? That happened in November. So you can investigate all you want, but you need to look first in your own house at your behavior and how you have participated in the abuse by ICE. So with that being said, we will take questions.
I'm wondering, what is your reaction to the DOJ saying they are investigating your actions and that group's actions of the civil rights investigation?
They say they're investigating everyone. They have an investigation right now against Mayor Jacob Fry, against Governor Walz, Cuomo. I mean, James Comey, I'm sorry. The list goes on and on of people that the DOJ investigates under false pretenses. And yet we're asking you, investigate Jonathan Ross for the killing of Renee Good. Why isn't that the headline? When you all know that we're being gaslit by the federal government, why do you keep running with headlines from a federal government that is corrupt, that lies to the people, that unleashes these beasts upon our community to attack vulnerable individuals? And when you're gaslighting, you normalize this authoritarian behavior. So that is my response. Yes.
You brought up the Klan Act, and just in the last couple of weeks, the DHS posted a song that was written by the Ku Klux Klan on their governmental social media. Also, Donald Trump, a day before the protest, said that affirmative action hurt white people. And so I think it feels to me, I'm curious your response to this, it feels to me very intentional and targeted that they bring up an act that was created because the Klan terrorized black churches.
Absolutely. Anyone else want to respond? Go ahead.
I would just say that it's churches, but it's also pretty much all parts of civil rights that this current administration is challenging and reversing it. But in the long run, it hurts the administration who is doing it. Racism hurts America. I think Citigroup said it cost America like $16 trillion. And so Mr. Trump and his administration can practice racism, which will continue to hurt America and his economy that he presides over, or he can be inclusive and do the right thing and enforce civil rights laws when it comes to housing discrimination against Black people, immigrants, LGBT communities, investigating schools, in investigating our police departments like you're supposed to. Our consent decrees have ended here in Minneapolis, which our community fought real hard for. The consent decree in Louisiana has ended. There's consent decrees with Breonna Taylor. That consent decree is over, but the crimes and the harms from law enforcement are continuing to impact our community. So it's Cash Patel, Christy Nome, Pam Bondi. If they want to be on the right side of history, they'll do the right thing and investigate real crimes that are happening in the United States.
Go ahead.
I also wanted to answer, that's because the Trump administration runs on pure hypocrisy. So they're going to use lines from a song from the Klan and then utilize a law that was made because of the Klan. It's pure duplicity and hypocrisy. So after this man was shot in North Minneapolis, what happened was Julie Nelson of Care 11 said, wow, there's some really foul language out here. Now, how can you ask somebody, how can you start policing somebody's language after they've been shot? How does that work? How does that work? If somebody just took one of y'all's cameras and slammed it against the ground and then said, wow, you're getting really, really uppity right now, what would that say to you? It would mean that that person can do no wrong. They want to shoot somebody and then criminalize their widow for being there. And I think you can find it all when Trump was being interviewed. They said, Renee Good's father was a big supporter of you. And then he said, well, yeah, she said some tough things. It means that he feels he can do no wrong. And you know that this is all falling apart because Axel Henry, we saw SPPD out there with ICE, and then he stood there and buckled under pressure when Georgia Ford made an interview with him. And he kept saying, well, you know, I think these people are making some wrongful accusations. Georgia Ford says about what? He says, oh, you know, I can't talk about that. That is the type of cowardice and the type of hypocrisy that we're not only seeing in the Trump administration, we're seeing it in major media outlets. And I'm going to finish on this. There's three parts to Minnesota. There's one group that is being overtly racist and being loud and proud about it. Chris Medell, i.e. There's a second group that's being very racist, but wants to be quiet about it and doesn't want anybody to hear about it, i.e. City's Church. And then there's a third group that's tired of getting shot and then being told to shut up. Those are the three groups.
And when Toussaint just said SPPD, he's referring to the St. Paul Police Department. We also got reports that 25 Minneapolis police officers have left the force to join ICE.
Come on.
So because they're now under a state consent decree where their behavior is being monitored, think about that. Now they will be free to help rain terror on the community through ICE, where there are not those safeguards, where the Constitution is not being followed, where the law is not being followed, and where Judge Menendez's temporary injunction that she just issued Friday is still not being followed.
The church put out a statement today, and it said that the accosted members of our congregation, threatened children, created a scene marked by intimidation and threat. Conduct is shameful and lawful will not be tolerated. It goes on to say, we welcome respectful dialogue about present issues. I want to ask you two questions. One, what's your reaction to this part of their statement? And also, did you try to talk with them before going into the church?
Number one, that's a lie. Number two, that's a lie. And number three, that is a lie. To have a church sitting here perpetuating lies to try to criminalize nonviolent peaceful protesters is on brand for why they would have a pastor doubling as the director of ICE in the state of Minnesota. The reality, if anyone watches any of the videos from any angle, what will you see? Nonviolent peaceful protests. I got this information on Saturday. We went into the church on Sunday. And when I stood up after this is what the pastor prayed. Dear Lord, we pray, as part of his prayer, that you will chasten us and that you will help us to get our house in order. And then he finished his prayer. And then I got up from my seat and I said, excuse me, Pastor, did you just pray that you want God to chasten you and to help get your house in order? And he said, correct. And I said, well, help me understand. How is David Eastergood both a pastor and an ICE agent? As soon as I mentioned his name, he started yelling, shame, shame. That was an opportunity for open dialogue right there in front of the entire congregation where he could have addressed it. he was not interested in addressing it. When I looked into his eyes, just like Tucson said, he looked like a deer caught in the headlights. So I knew full well that he knew that David Easterwood was playing both roles as a pastor and as the overseer for ICE in Minnesota. So no, they weren't serious about dialogue. At no time did he try to engage in dialogue. As a matter of fact, the parishioners were more interested in engaging in dialogue with peaceful protesters. If you look again at the videos, you'll see many conversations between parishioners and protesters that were happening in real time as the demonstration was going on. Because some other protesters did not know that David Easterwood was a part of ICE. As a matter of fact, some of them said they were afraid of ICE, right? And then if they want to talk, I'm a mom of 4 children, right? I don't want to see my children cry, right? I saw one little boy sitting in the pew who was crying. I had the husband of a progressive pastor that night come onto my Facebook page and say, there were children crying, and they were afraid, and, sitting in church when you guys were there. I said, there are children in their own homes, sitting there afraid because ICE has kicked in their door, has held their family at gunpoint, forced them out, dragged them into the street, cut women out of seatbelts and pulled them out of cars and bashed their windows. There were kids at Roosevelt afraid when ICE members tackled them and pepper sprayed them. Now you tell me what's the difference. So please don't go there. Another gaslighting question, if you ask me, and I'm not here for it. Yes.
Real quick, just to clarify, should ICE agents, ICE officers, should they operate in any church in any capacity? Absolutely.
I do not believe that they should. If the church is a sanctuary and a sacred place, as the Trump administration has pretended that they believe that it is, why would Trump deliberately roll back protections for churches under his administration? Why wouldn't he strengthen those protections? So, Michelle, do you want to add to that?
Well, I think, just to validate and say what you said, ICE, as far as I'm concerned, shouldn't operate anywhere. I'll start with that. I think we should abolish ICE, and that is my position. That said, they most definitely have no business being in churches, in schools, in clinics, in hospitals. Any place that has been a protected place previously needs to go back to being a protected place. And I want to say one more thing. The DOJ is so interested in investigating a few peaceful protesters who told truth in a church, but they haven't done anything to investigate the more than 24 mosque bombings and attacks on mosques that we have experienced in the state of Minnesota. Minnesota has more attacks on mosques in our state than any other state in the country by far. And this administration, this DOJ has done nothing to address the vandalism against these mosques and the bombings and the fires and all of the horrible things that have happened in those mosques. And that's because they're racist and they're not interested. It's not about religion for them. It's about race and about, backing up white supremacy. And we are not here for it. Thank you.
I wanted to say one thing. I'm sorry. Renee good children are crying. As they talking about children crying in the church, Renee good children are crying. They will never get a chance to see their mother again. And just like you stated, when they come to our churches and our mosques, they leave them in pieces. They don't leave in peace, just so we clear. We come at them with cameras, we come at them with hands and what have they come at us with guns to kill us.
And bombs.
What can we do as journalists, as photographers, as just bystanders to basically protect our civil rights, protect ourselves? Not only that, my thoughts and prayers with all of our families, because we know Minnesota is under attack and we're being threatened abysmally. What can we do as independent people and as mothers and fathers just dealing with this gut-wrenching situation?
I mean, the reality is that Congress has sat down on the job. They are enabling this unchecked power and authoritarianism that we are experiencing. We know that 28 members of Congress, all Democrats, came here on Friday for a congressional hearing about the attacks by ICE in Minnesota, but they still have limited power while Republicans are silent and complicit and hold the balance of power. And you can see the local Republicans here aren't doing a darn thing other than stirring the pot. They ought to be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen, for condoning it, and for helping to facilitate it, as was mentioned earlier by Toussaint Morrison. I would say on a state level, of course, our state government can use the power of law enforcement anytime, just like they do against citizens. They can direct the local police department, the state troopers, the sheriff's office, they can direct them to arrest ICE agents who violate the law. But not a single one has been arrested. That gives a signal that they can act with impunity. That's part of the problem. So the best thing that we can do is remember the mantra. Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Yes.
I got a question for Will. After the DOJ announced the investigation on your social media, you said, come get me, Pam. So can you expound on your response to how you're feeling, Leonard?
I mean, what we're seeing around this country is they're using their political influence to attack people that disagree with them. They're going to come at me with charges, and I'm not scared of that. There's no base for these charges. I did not block them from, their service. They welcomed us in. They never asked us to leave. The police never came in and removed us. So we didn't stop their service. In fact, people were still praying the entire time. The music was still playing the entire time. So, Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it. And for all the people giving me death threats, threatening my life, kill me. Go ahead, kill me. Because you know what? As Fred Hampton said, you can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution.
Yes, go ahead.
You asked a minute ago what regular, average, ordinary people can do. And I think people are doing what they can do. They're out, people are out in the community with their whistles. They are out in the community delivering food to our neighbors, delivering goods and supporting people, driving them to doctor's offices, doing all of the kinds of things that the community can do. What has happened is that the institutions have failed us. Law enforcement is nowhere to be found. They claim that they're outgunned. I could not believe hearing this nonsense, that they're claiming they were outgunned, because that is, if you recall, the exact excuse that Chief O'Hara used when they waited 5 days to arrest Josh Sawchuk, who had shot Davis Maturi. So I want to remind you that they go to that excuse very quickly. 28 members of Congress came and had a hearing on Friday. Several of us were in that hearing. What astounded me, and I was very glad for that hearing, but what astounded me is that a certain number of the people in that room had actually voted for more funding for ICE, including Angie Craig. I want to point out that ICE runs out of money at the end of this month. I want to know who's going to vote no on funding that. It is time for every one of these members of Congress to vote no. The Republicans, they'll all vote yes, but they need 6 Democrats to be able to put it across the finish line. And I am telling these Democrats, you damn well better not vote for more funding for ICE. It is time for them to lose their funding and get the hell out of our city.
That's right.
You know that we
And
have
our state.
our state. You know that we have 5 times more ICE agents in this state than has ever been collected together in one place anywhere in this country. This is done as a war on the community, and we are done with it. We are going to continue to stand up with our neighbors. We're going to defend our neighbors. We're going to take care of each other. We're going to show each other the love that we all feel for each other. But it is time for these institutions to step up and do their part as well. And one of the most important is, again, Congress. They have got to not continue to fund ICE.
That's right.
All right. So this is the group. These are the people. These are the activists. We're going to switch up because there's something else going on right now, a massive march in the streets of New York City. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to get a march up. But that was the group of the people that, went into the church. Those were the individuals there. And, they're doubling down, tripling down and speaking out. And it is interesting for sure. Let me get this Reuters feed up here, showing you what's going on in New York City. Well, where did it go? I gotta look here. Find it. I think it's the AP. There was a protest in the street. I don't know where it went. Kind of lost it. So stay with me here. I'll probably find it here in a second. But yeah, it's pretty crazy of what's going on. Let me blow myself up here. Stay with me, folks. I lost the feed. I don't know what happened to the feed here. They were protesting in New York right now. And I don't know. Somebody should ask the question. Well, first off, it seems like some of them are not scared of charges. You know, I would be very worried if any federal government had anyone under investigation. Okay, here we go. I got it. I found it. Yes. So we're gonna see what's going on here in we're gonna they're marching. It's kind of like one of those it looks like it's a combination of anti-Trump and everything like that. Let's just put this up. Here we go. We want justice. We want now. Want it now. ICE out of New York now. That's going on here. This is live, so I'll just keep the feed here for a bit. There's also you know, when we first started out the live, you know, I talked about the Twin Cities having a press conference in the Twin Cities as far as law enforcement. I also want to get that up too, because I think that's important to also cover about that press conference. But we're going to stick it here for a little bit. We're going to see what's going on, monitor this situation, see where this girl grows, because New York City seems awfully quiet about the situation that's going on in Minneapolis. So far, I only really see like it's Minneapolis, but Portland a little bit, but LA a little bit too. But New York City, this could be a sign of something brewing here. That the fact that they're out here, you know, in midweek here, right before it gets dark, marching the streets. But I think this is more about the Trump administration too, in general, because I see stuff about anti-war, anti-capitalism, anti-Trump, stand in solidarity with Minneapolis. I'm seeing a combination of causes here. I didn't know this was going on. I did not expect this to go on. So we lost the flyer. We didn't see the flyer, or if this was one of these pop-up protests. But it is starting to get dark, as you see in New York City. But they have taken the streets now of New York City. Massive protest, and it's anti-ICE chants. It's anti-ICE chants. So we'll continue to watch this for a bit, see where this goes.
Do you know how far they are walking? No, I don't.
It's like a pretty big crowd here of about over 1,000 people here. I would say this is more PSA, PSL, DSA. I see a lot of things, MLK stuff too. So this has popped up. This is on the Reuters feed. So yeah, it is very, very interesting. I don't know if this was their Martin Luther King march or what, because I see some MLK stuff too.
only one solution. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution.
They're literally cheering, "Long live the Infidada." Revolution, revolution. They want a revolution. They want a revolution. They're in the streets of New York City right now. I don't know if they're going towards Times Square. What I'm looking at the Earth Cam to see what's going on. This is definitely live because I see some streamers out there too streaming. This is definitely live. So I don't know where they're going, what the intent here is, what they're doing, but we'll continue to watch what's going on. Defend democracy. It's time for a general strike. I see a lot of shut it down. Martin Luther King says shut it down. ICE must go. The whole Trump fascist regime must go now. A lot of different signs. Some of these signs are the same too. Notice they're all the same too. A lot of them are the same. I would just like to point out that in the back, you can see lots of NYPD officers, and that's a big difference between here and Minneapolis, where when protesters hit the streets or rioters or agitators, whatever you want to call them in Minneapolis, there's no Minneapolis police in sight, none in sight. And as we previously discussed, they do their protesting in New York, but there's always police around. And here's where they're at. NYPD, right here. NYPD. There are at least police there walking with the groups. As we discussed, sometimes they go on the side there with their bicycles and whatnot, but just keep an eye on the group here. In Minneapolis, no Minneapolis police in sight, and or if the Minneapolis police come, it's after the fact, after something crazy and wild goes on. So I just wanted to point that out. There are NYPD police out there with this group, at least watching over. Minneapolis, no police. Also going to see where they're headed to. The world's largest store, Macy's. So they could be going to Times Square here. New York City Earth Cam. Let me look on the Earth Cam and see what's going on. I think they could be working their way to Times Square, but I'm not good with my New York geography. I don't know how far this thing's going to go, but I also want to play that press conference that I was talking about too.
Hey, Guillermo, I have to. Thank you. I'm so grateful. Very grateful. Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know if the reporters there are going to follow the group on where they're going. Let's see if they follow them before we officially log off of this particular live. I'm seeing what else is going on. So we've seen a lot so far in this live. We've listened to the President of the United States speak a lot about the situation in Minnesota, Minneapolis, and other matters. We listened to activists, the ones that went into the church, talking about their plans, talking about what they're about the church incident, their thoughts on that. We spoke on that. Let me take the feed off here because they took it off. Let me remove it and put myself here. We listened to Border Patrol. We listened to Greg Bovino. So we listened to quite a few. Now, as I discussed earlier, before I came on live, a group, and this is about a 20-minute clip, but I think it's important to hear this because this is officials in the area, and I'm going to put this up here. This is officials in the area, local police speak on the matter, and I think they're talking about all the 911 calls that they've been getting reported and everything like that, because the politicians there are encouraging all the citizens, if you see ICE, call 911. Well, they're going to be talking about this kind of stuff and just in a local law enforcement perspective. So I'm going to play this about 20 minutes or so just to keep us informed of what's going on. I didn't really watch this whole thing. I saw little clips of it, but here we go.
Okay, ready? Ready? Good morning. Thank you all for being here. My name is Sergeant Toy Vixvong. I'm the Public Information Officer for the St. Paul Police Department. This morning, you will be hearing from Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Dooley, followed by St. Paul Police Department Chief Axel Henry, and then Hennepin County Sheriff Dewana Witt. There will be time for questionings after the remarks. Because there's local and national news media here, please state your name and the news media outlet you're with. With that, Chief Mark Dooley.
They're not getting the mics.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Ruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you. What you won't hear from any of us today is rhetoric of abolish ICE or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement. The truth is, immigration enforcement is necessary for our national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents, and we have seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty as a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction, And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day. It has to stop. This behavior erodes the trust that these police chiefs have worked tirelessly for the last 5 years and theoretically the last 60 years to stop this exact behavior from happening. Now, I want to be really clear. I've called lots of other ICE agents and HSI agents and have talked to a lot of individuals about this. This is not widespread. This is a small group of agents within the surge in the metro area that are performing or acting this way. As a matter of fact, as rumors of this had spread, I've received phone calls from ICE agents and HSI agents indicating this is not how they act, this is not what they do. Regardless, we're calling to action that we have more supervision over the surge, that this type of civil rights violations have to stop. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Henry, the St. Paul Police Department.
Thank you, sir. Thanks everyone for being here. Again, my name is Axel Henry. I'm the police chief for the City of St. Paul Police Department. I want to echo the sentiments that were just said and share with you that we've had employees for our city that have experienced some of the same things. Thankfully, not with firearms drawn, but traffic stops that were clearly outside the bounds of what federal agents are allowed to do. We recognize by standing here today that some might say, you're only speaking up because this is happening to the cops. Others will say that we're speaking out against ICE, and that means we want rapists on the street. Neither of those things are true. We want to find some common ground. Law enforcement has more authority than a general citizen. That means we have more responsibility in how we behave. We have to find common ground here, and we have to figure out a way that these processes, which are clearly failing, if American citizens are being grabbed or stopped or seized, this can't happen. We have to make sure that everyone's civil rights are intact. I truly want to believe that there isn't anybody on either side of the political aisle that thinks that people's civil rights aren't important. They have to be the cornerstone of everything we do. Yesterday, our country honored Dr. Martin Luther King, and I was struck by the fact, and I'm paraphrasing, but he once said, we must learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools. We can't be foolish. We can't be those fools. So we are asking that we come together and figure out a way for this state and this country to resolve these things before things get any worse. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dewana Wood, Sheriff of Hennepin County. Just yesterday, our nation honored the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man who challenged us to at least remember the history, not only to remember history, but also live in its lessons. The theme of this year's MLK breakfast, make a career of humanity. And that is what myself and others are trying to do. We're trying to make sure that humanity remains in the noble profession of policing. As I know what it feels like to be stereotyped, judged, and profiled, I know firsthand what it means to be seen before being understood. Our nation, and particularly our agencies and state, have worked hard to confront the wrongs of the past. The work that has never been perfect and is still a progress in the making. We know that we have a lot more to do, but there has been real progress, and it's very important that we do not lose sight of that. But today, Unfortunately, we are seeing that progress erode. I am seeing and hearing about people in Hennepin County stopped, questioned, and harassed solely because of the color of their skin, solely being the operative word here. This is not okay now, and it's never been okay. And now that same discrimination is also spilling into the law enforcement community. Dr. King reminded us that the time is always right to do the right thing. And for those of you in position of leadership, now is not the time to be quiet. When we have concrete examples of profiling, we need to do the right thing. We cannot let people in our communities think that our local law enforcement leadership is okay with the actions that we simply know are not just only wrong, but illegal. We can't just say this is a noble profession and not treat it as such. So what does it mean to be noble? It means someone admired for high moral character, showing qualities like honesty, courage, generosity, honor, and often acting in unselflessness and integrity. Integrity, one of the pillars of this profession. 5 years ago, our city, specifically Minneapolis and Hennepin County, became ground zero for civil unrest. Since that time, local law enforcement has been doing the hard, necessary work to rebuild trust within our communities. Rebuilding a community and an environment where people should feel safe. Rebuilding our law enforcement agencies with the people who honor the humanity that we want in our communities. You see, trust isn't just an abstract idea. Trust means victims of violence feel safe, calling 911. Trust means witnesses coming forward, crimes getting reported. Trust means that communities welcome law enforcement as partners in their community. You see, we just don't want to be a part of our community. We want to be partnered with our communities. And what's going on now is stifling that progress. And on a very basic level, trust means parents are not afraid to let their children go to school or church. Business owners are able to open and thrive off of their hard work of being business owners. The trust is fragile right now, and it is essential. It is an essential element to public safety. Today, that trust is being damaged, broken by the questionable and sometimes unethical actions of some federal agents, particularly in these last recent weeks. I want to be clear that I am not saying all federal agents, as all of us know that we have become victim. If somebody or one person in law enforcement does something wrong, we all pay the cost. We cannot afford to be stereotyping or generalizing anyone. Our communities have less trust in all law enforcement when this happens, not just the federal agents, but our local law enforcement, and we're here to stay. Those harmful actions causes a ripple effect through all of our professions and through all of our agencies. What I want to assure you is we are here because we all believe that our jobs are to be done professionally, lawfully, and obviously treating people with dignity and respect. Not just marginalized communities, but every single person who calls Minnesota home. This moment is the time to do what's right. We demand more from our federal government, more professionalism, more accountability, more humanity. We demand lawful policing that respects human dignity. We should not be at a point in this profession or any profession where you have to teach people how to treat people. This is the same demand we have for our own public safety professionals who serve, live, raise their own children in our communities every day. I can tell you at the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, our deputies will continue to serve and always have professionally, lawfully, and with the respect of every person's humanity, as I'm sure all of these agencies that are represented here today are also doing. And with that, we will all continue to show up, even though times are hard, even though our law enforcement is exhausted, they're being challenged, They're having to go home and face their own families and answer these questions. We are lucky to have men and women in this profession that continue to show up despite the adversity. So we want to thank you for having us here today. And at this time, we'll take questions. And yes, sorry.
Can you talk about kind of the emotional distance there may be between wanting to put criminals away and seeing the constitutional violation, the racial violation that is part of this mass operation here with that as the state goal?
Good morning. My name is Imran Ali. I am R-A-N-A-L-I. I'm an attorney here in Minnesota. Work a lot with law enforcement from corner to corner. I think it is. I mean, that is exactly what it is. That's a very difficult, issue that's before us. But the reality still remains is that the Constitution applies to everyone, and we have, and I think it's echoed, with the speakers that we've had today. We have federal ICE officers that are in their line of duty, right? They have to do what they do, right? I mean, they're ordered to do so, and they're carrying out those lawful efforts. And what we see, though, is we see people that are obstructing in that. As a lawyer, that's still a violation of the law. What we can do is we can talk about the tactics and the emotion that's there, and there's a place for that, and that place is to be discussed a lot, and also in the courtroom. And so to give pause that what's happening here, there are mechanisms in place. There are lawsuits that we all know about. We've seen them almost every day. Something's going out. Those will play out in the court. But what can't happen, what cannot happen, is video after video of our local law enforcement officers being yelled at and threatened to by the public when they're simply there to work on behalf of the community. And I've heard from dozens and dozens of officers, and I've seen those videos. That can't happen. And that's what is increasing this temperature. It's the rhetoric and what we're seeing.
Question. You said that you've been in touch with the Department of Homeland Security, right? Can you elaborate more on who you were in contact with? And did they say there will be any accountability for the actions of the agents?
Yeah, the question was about contacting authorities in Homeland Security or ICE, Border Patrol, and what was, is there going to be any accountability from the conversations? Great question, complex answer. I've reached out to anybody that's willing to hear. One of the real concerning problems that I have with this surge in the metro is the span of control, in that there are so many different groups that do not know what other groups are doing or who is out at any location. And so when you call ICE leadership, or you call Border Patrol leadership, or you call Homeland Security leadership, they're unable to tell you what their people were doing that day. They're hard to find a leader to give you to. They like to give you a website to go file a complaint, but the complaint requires identity of the agents. The agents don't have name tags on. They cover their face. They don't have body cameras. And the groups that seem heavily through Border Patrol that are running up and down streets, there's no indication where they are any given day. So what I get is lots of questions that I'm unable to answer about who did what or where they did it. What I will tell you is I have contacts through 30 years of law enforcement with many different agents in ICE, HSI, and others. And those individuals who I've spoken to make several things clear to me. This is not right. They see it occurring and absolutely believe it needs to stop immediately. And they want to make it quick that it's not their groups. They're aware that there are groups that seem to be have less supervision that they believe are involved in this, but the vast majority of these groups are doing focused, legitimate immigration work that they're tasked to do, and it's well within the bounds of being legal. So,
Alex had relevant divination. To that point, you allege that there seems to be a small contingency of federal agents that are operating under this racial profiling strategy. What evidence or proof do you have that this is not something that's coming from the top down, from the highest ranks of our government?
The evidence I have, the question is what evidence do I have that this is not coming from orders from the top, from Washington, D.C. to act this way? One, I just fundamentally don't believe that. Our federal government and partners that we've worked with, that I've worked with for 30 years, have an exemplary record performing exceptional law enforcement services. When we had the horrific events this summer and partnered with some of the finest men and women that I've ever had the benefit to be around to help us investigate a very complex political assassination. I've seen the best of what the federal government has. This is not it in a small group. With that said, is what we see every day, the context that we have are agents that are working really hard in a really tough situation to do it right. I just fundamentally don't believe that it's coming from the top. In fact, I believe that I don't think the leaders in Washington, D.C. fully understand what some of their groups are doing here on the street and how much damage that they're causing. And that's why we are here to kind of bring this to light. What evidence is the question that you asked? What actual evidence do I have? None other than agents that I've talked to and leadership in certain groups of teams have made it clear that this is unacceptable behavior, that they've never been told this is okay. In fact, that they know it's not okay. They're held accountable to a higher standard, which makes me believe that what I fundamentally believe that this is a small group of individuals performing this. And I will be honest, this really, to me, started 2 weeks ago, which feels like was the last surge of Border Patrol when they arrived, is when we started seeing this really change of behavior where it's street level jump outs or traffic stops, which the federal government is not allowed to do traffic stops and tell people that they're stopping them speeding, which is what we're seeing. That's not allowed. They are not able to do that. They need to have reasonable suspicion that somebody is here illegally for them to stop them, whether on the street or the other stop them in a vehicle. So.
What is a small group? Are you talking about dozens of agents, a handful of agents?
The question is, what is a small group? I absolutely have no idea. This is far outside of my purview as a local police chief. But what I do know is it's really impacting my community, what my community does and how they feel. And it's impacting our brand as police officers, our brand of how hard we work to build trust, to police in a way that builds legitimacy in what we do. And when people armed with rifles that have just police across their vest get out and act a certain way, of course, our public thinks that's us. Many agencies that you've probably seen, and many of them are behind me, have had to put out pamphlets showing what a Brooklyn Park police officer looks like and what an ICE agent looks like to make sure that we tell community they are different. Those are not Brooklyn Park officers or St. Paul officers or Brooklyn Center officers. Those are ICE agents. To answer your question.
I think he froze up.
I know it is a small portion.
You've had decades of law enforcement experience. What message does it send to the public when you are having a hard time getting answers from the Department of Homeland Security?
Yeah, the question is, what message does it send to the community if I, as a police chief, have a hard time getting answers? How does that leave the community for them to get answers? I think it makes them feel lost. It makes them feel concerned. It makes them feel fearful. And that's why we're here today.
Chief Burley, Renee Cooper with KSTP, really for Chief Burley or any of the law enforcement leaders that are getting these complaints. I'm wondering, is there anything that your agencies are you investigating these complaints that U.S. citizens or anybody else is bringing up with these concerns with officers? Are you investigating them? And do you have the jurisdiction to investigate these complaints?
Yeah. The question is about jurisdiction, and when we get those complaints, what do we do with those? Again, really difficult because we have, the federal government, and we also have on the state side of it as well. Obviously, I know that any law enforcement department in Minnesota is going to take any complaint that they get, but what sort of teeth do they have? What sort of enforcement do they have under the law? That is different. Again, it's the big issue here is it seems that people are that rhetoric is just passing like this. Everybody's passing and then they're saying things and they're not getting it in their head. It's clear that those avenues that can be utilized for United States citizens that feel that something is happening, we've seen those lawsuits, and those lawsuits are appropriate, and the courtroom where those are discussed, that's appropriate as well. But as far as like the mechanism for us to investigate those on a state side, it's just not there.
We'll take a couple more questions.
Derek James, WCCO and CBS News Minnesota. It seems to me there's a patchwork of federal agents from different agencies all on the ground, and there have been notices of inconsistencies based on different training, different tactics used between those agencies.
We know that we talked with leadership within our federal authorities, and there has been question about the amount of training. Is the training consistent with what they were getting, say, 6 years ago? Are they going through Flexi? And then what is the vetting process like? Those have been conversations, again, at some of the highest levels that we've had. Again, they don't share that stuff with us, but I get the sense that there are some mutual feelings, and that the training, some of them are not well trained. And again, I want to be careful, because we do know that there's some that has impeccable training and are good at their jobs. But we are seeing an influx here, you know, to the question earlier, you know, what's a small number? Minnesota, we're seeing this in different areas. It's not just the metro area. We're hearing about it in other areas. It's the impact. This is one of those things where you don't worry about the numbers. We need to talk about the impact on what that 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth incident is causing to all Minnesotans.
You mentioned that you've been, unable to really talk to people in leadership about what's going on here. If we were able to get somebody on the phone to discuss, what you're seeing on the street, what's your message?
Well, we have spoken to some leadership, both locally with their supervisors, but also there's been a series, and just as recently as this morning, and I think there's actually another one scheduled for this afternoon, where higher up elected officials are meeting with law enforcement leaders from all over the state. As you can imagine, some jurisdictions are a lot smaller than others, but we're pulling that together to get that combined message. What we're trying to get out there is that this isn't just a one-off. This isn't something that's being experienced in the way that maybe it's being described all the time on the news, that these are very specific complaints that are happening literally everywhere in our state. And so we're trying to gather that as a combined voice, and we're really trying to make it clear. We understand that there is a feeling right now that if you stand up and say something, there might be a retaliation against you. None of us want that. None of us are suggesting that there isn't a legitimate lawful authority to operate here as federal agents. But we are trying to come together to say, can we please find a pathway forward? Can we find a way to make sure that we can do these things without scaring the hell out of our community members and freaking everyone out? People are afraid right now, and I get it. We watch the news and we see very, very angry groups of people out protesting. But the people that we're dealing with as police chiefs are the people that are scared to death, that are afraid to go outside, not because their status is in question, but because they're hearing and they're seeing that they know people that are getting stopped by the way that they looked, and they don't want to take that risk.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. So that was a little bit earlier today. That was a coalition of police chiefs and officials, talking about it. It seems like, they do support ICE, but they're saying that in the last couple of weeks, ICE agents and the way they're arresting people could be violating people's civil rights. So it seems like they're playing more both sides of the fence here on that situation. So we're gonna go to a new live. There is an activity going on, right? I'm gonna use my friend Quincy, Black conservative preacher out there, boots on the ground. By the way, Quincy did a great thing, deliver food to ICE agents, along with another individual named Cam Higby. They delivered food to ICE agents. I'll get that post up. So we're putting up Black conservative preacher here, and I'm going to share what's going on live in Minneapolis right now. They're at some sort of rally, shut it down. So they're also calling this, before I turn up the volume, I'm going to change the banner. Make sure you sub up to Quincy, because this is my personal friend out here, and he does great work on boots on the ground journalism, and he's an overall good guy. he's out in the field, and it's cold out there. It's cold out there. Minneapolis, we'll call it Minneapolis protest live. But yeah, they delivered, I think, pizzas or some sort of coffee and pizza or something to law enforcement. So, oops, I'm going to also put Black conservative preacher. The BC preacher. So make sure you hit him up. I'll put the link in for his channel up in the chat here. So I'm going to turn it up. We're going to listen in and see what's being said here in Minneapolis. But officials speak. So it's a lot of things, you know, brewing here in Minneapolis and around the nation. There was also some school walkouts that I was watching live while these press conferences was going on in California. So this could be spreading.
He's afraid. They're afraid of you. Whether it's been through mutual aid, forming rapid response networks, keeping ICE wide awake at night, and engaging them at the occupied Whipple building, we are fighting back. We are waking up to our power as the working class, and that is a threat. Because when we band together in our thousands, our tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, in our millions, we can defeat his racist and billionaire-serving agenda. When we strike on Friday, January 23rd, it will send shockwaves throughout the entire nation that will be impossible to ignore. The politicians across the political spectrum want us to stay home, including Governor Walz and Mayor Jacob Fry. This is blatant misleadership and falls right into Trump's dangerous narrative that our mass movement is somehow wrong or illegal. It is never illegal to resist racist deportation. To resist racist terror. So, if we don't hit the streets, we send the message that the rich and powerful can get away with terrorizing us. So do we want to stay silent? No! Do we want to stay silent? No! Or do we want to stand up for our neighbors? Yeah! Are you going to stand up for your neighbors? Yeah! That's what this general strike is for. It's our turn to fight, following in the footsteps of all the workers who come before us, who have fought for a better future and won.
So they got the sign there, the whole system, shut it down. Look at this, January 20th walkout, nationwide shutdown. They're doing that 23rd January shutdown too. So they got multiple shutdowns and walkouts. They got a big banner here. It says, the whole system is guilty, shut it down. Does this give momentum or does this slow down? Let me know what you think in the comments.
It is our right, strike, strike, strike. It is our duty, it is our right, strike, strike, strike. It is our duty, it is our right, strike, strike, strike. It is our duty, it is our right, strike, strike, strike. It is our duty, it is our right, strike, strike, strike. It is our duty, it is our right, strike, strike, strike. It is our duty, it is our right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, everybody, we're going to do some more chants here. So I'm going to say, when Trump says get back, you're going to say, we say fight back. Okay? All right. When Trump says get back, we say fight back. When Trump says get back, we say fight back. Trump says get back, we say fight back. When Trump says get back, we say fight back. When Trump says get back, we say fight back. When Trump says get back, we say fight back. When Trump says get back, we say fight back. When Trump says get back, we say fight back. All right. Next one. We're going to do no Trump. No KKK, no racist USA. 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 All right. So we're going to do from Palestine to Mexico, and you're going to say, all these walls have got to go. From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
Right. So we're going to do no ban, no wall, sanctuary for all. 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 No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all.
I mean, it seems like a lot of his chants are out of sync. It looks like they're out of sync. A lot of them.
All right, I have a short announcement to make before we continue our program. I want to shout out Leo in the hat. Leo with the Marine Corps hat over here. So Leo is collecting funds for our mutual aid fund. PSL Twin Cities has been working across the Twin Cities to support immigrant families directly. We've been paying for groceries. We've been paying for people's rides to work because people don't feel safe leaving their homes. And most importantly, we've been paying for people's rent. All throughout December and all throughout January, we've been working with immigrant families to help them through this time because nobody deserves to be evicted. Everybody deserves housing. So if you feel that you want to contribute to this mutual aid fund, please see Leo. We have a QR code as well if you don't have cash on you. But yeah, let's give it up for Leo. Appreciate it. Also want to note that we've been raising tens of thousands of dollars for mutual aid. So the Twin Cities are showing up and showing out for our neighbors. I also want to encourage you to come to our volunteer events. We are looking for volunteers to continue our outreach with businesses in the Twin Cities. So a lot of businesses, particularly I've noticed the immigrant businesses in the Twin Cities, but many businesses are shutting down on the 23rd of January and have committed to shut down. So if you are available, if you are down to do some outreach, I definitely recommend at 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock going to the University Baptist Church in Dinkytown and volunteering to do some outreach with us. If you're interested in signing up to be part of our volunteer group and also, contributing to mutual aid, I believe Ari is on outreach today. Is Ari here? Can they shout out? All right. So come find one of us. And I also want to let you know, please come to one of us if you are interested in an organization like the PSL, but also continue coming to our nightly organizing meetings, again, at University Baptist Church. Come check us out at PSL Twin Cities on Instagram. All right. That's the end of my announcement. I'm going to shout out our next speaker. She is a high school student, and she's also a member of the Red Lake Band tribe the Red Lake Band of Ojibwe tribe. Let's give it up for Evelina.
Hi, how's everyone doing tonight? Are you guys keeping warm? Us being together is going to keep us warm. So ICE has terrorized many of my people in my community by taking them every day and putting them in facilities and unmarked vehicles every single day. Where they don't have communities, family, people to protect them every day and care for them and love them as community. ICE thinks it's okay to come to the lands where my people have been here for thousands of years. As an Indigenous student, I find it hard and difficult to go to school and live my daily life every day without fearing if I would be taken away from my family and won't be able to see them for the next couple of months or weeks. Public schools are supposed to be one of my safe places where I have community and friends and family there to protect and love me as their own. But now it's one of the places where I'm most afraid of. All because of the color of my skin, or if I have the most slightest of an accent, is where I could be taken. Most of my high school and MPS, they are mostly online now because they are afraid to come out, and mostly students are mostly afraid to come out and even go to school and make sure they get a good education. As a person of color in the society, an ability to have to spread awareness of what's happening about these events. Everyone, not a specific group. As a whole, we have to come together as community and bring our presence every day. We have to protect one another. We have to love one another. This system wants to break our communities apart by having mass deportations and kidnapping that's happening still to this day. Me and a couple of other people are working on getting essentials at my school for families and people who are doing online learning. As these times are very difficult for students of color and families of color to be going out just to go get basic needs of going to the grocery store just to have dinner. We have seen ICE come to our schools, taking our teachers and students. We need to come together to show that that is not okay. We refuse to be terrorized by our own. We refuse to be terrorized in our own communities. On January 23rd, workers and students and people all over Minnesota are going to show up full force and demand ICE out of our communities. I want to encourage my peers to come to January 23rd mass shutdown to participate in a statewide shutdown. There is no work, no school, no shopping. Thank you.
Marching soon. We are going to march today, but as we get set up for the march, we're going to do some chants. How about that?
So we'll watch this march, see where they march to, how many people. I don't know. It's about 100 people there or something like that. It's cold out there in Minneapolis, but I think this is a preview of what's going to happen on the 23rd. I actually think it's going to be a massive boycott on the 23rd. I actually really honestly believe that they've been pumping this up. Minneapolis, what is the weather there right now? Because it looks cold. Oh my goodness, 11 degrees. 11 degrees, cloudy, sun's going down very, very soon. Sun is going down right about now, really. They still got the Christmas lights out there, and it's going down to -7 tonight. My goodness, that's cold. I don't know if I could be out there in that on anything. Holy smoke.
We're going to go up with the people, down with Trump. Up with the people. Up with the people. Down with Trump. Down with Trump. Up with the people. Up with the people. Down with Trump. Down with Trump. Up with the people. Up with the people. Down with Trump. Down with Trump. Up with the people. Up with the people. Down with Trump. Down with Trump. Woo! Down with deportation. Down with deportation. Up with liberation. Up with liberation. Down with deportation.
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace.
Ice off our streets.
Ice off our streets.
No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace.
Ice off our streets.
Ice off our streets.
Strike, strike, strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
What I've been told.
I don't know what I've been told.
Metro Surge is getting old.
Metro Surge is getting old.
When I say sound off, you're going to say shut it down. Sound off.
Shut it down.
Sound off.
Shut it down.
Sound off.
Shut it down.
I don't know what I've been told.
I don't know what I've been told.
Metro Surge is getting old.
Metro Surge is getting old.
Sound off.
Shut it down.
Sound off.
Shut it down.
I don't know what I've been told.
I don't know what I've been told.
Metro Surge is getting old.
Metro Surge is getting old. Shut it down. Shut it down.
All right, I'm gonna hand up to Helen for chance. All right, all of us, we're gonna move into the street now to begin the march, and we're gonna move that way down 3rd Avenue. But let's take the street now. By the way, they're taking the streets on rush hour. It is rush hour. So they're going to be marching in the streets during rush hour. It is 5:06 p.m. Central. Let's see where this goes. Now they're taking the streets. They want to shut it down. Up with liberation! Down, down with deportation!
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation!
You guys,
With liberation.
gonna be a march.
Deportation!
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation!
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation!
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation.
Take the street. That's what they're gonna do. And
Another thing too, folks, where's the police? Where is the Minneapolis police? Not one police officer, Minneapolis police in sight. Do you see any Minneapolis police out there? I see none.
We don't get it!
Shut it down.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
what do we want?
Ice out.
What do we want?
Ice out.
When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it, if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
I said if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
what do we want?
Ice out.
What do we want?
Ice out.
What do we want?
Ice out.
When do we want it?
Now.
If we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
if we don't get it,
Shut it down.
when immigrants are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrants are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrants are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When Somalis are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
When immigrants are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Woo! No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all. Sanctuary for all. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
Immigrants are welcome here.
No fear, immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear, immigrants are welcome here. No fear, immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear, immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear, immigrants are welcome here. No hate. No fear, immigrants are welcome here. We're gonna change it up. All right. I believe that we will win.
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 I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
I believe that we will win.
Unite and fight for immigrant rights.
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 Strike, strike, strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Move, ice, get out the way.
Move, ice, get out the way.
Get out the way, ice, get out the way.
Get out the way, ice, get out the way.
Move, ice, get out the way.
Move, ice, get out the way.
Get out the way, ice, get out the way.
Get out the way, ice, get out the way.
If we don't get no justice, and they don't get no peace,
They don't get no peace.
if we don't get no
Thank you for the
justice,
super chats. Thank you very much for super chats. If you guys like to donate, also you can do PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, buy me a coffee. Everything is the BC Preacher. Minneapolis, Minnesota walkout day.
all unite for immigrant rights.
All unite for immigrant rights.
Stay straight, black, white.
Stay straight, black, white.
All unite for immigrant rights.
All unite for immigrant rights.
Up with liberation. Down with deportation. Up with liberation. Down with deportation. Up with the people. Down with Trump. Up with the people. Down with Christino. Up with the people. Down with JD Vance. Up with the people. Down with ICE. No wall. Sanctuary for all. Donald Trump, let's be clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Donald Trump, let's be clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Donald Trump.
There's their crowd control people, right? There's their citizen people that block the traffic, right? The yellow vests. These people, block the traffic so these people can go down the streets and march down the street during rush hour, downtown Minneapolis. So we are live. This is coming from the Black Conservative Preacher out there, boots on the ground in the cold, 11 degrees out there, and they're protesting this week about ICE. And they have a massive protest planned for the 23rd. We will cover it on the channel.
Education. Not for war and deportation.
Not for war and deportation.
Money for Johnson education.
Money for Johnson education.
Not for war and deportation.
Not for war and deportation.
Cops and borders, we don't need them.
Cops and borders, we don't need them.
Cops and borders, we don't need them.
Cops and borders, we We don't need them.
What we need is total freedom.
What we need is total freedom.
Cops and borders, we don't need them.
Cops and borders, we don't need them.
What we want is total freedom.
What we want is total freedom.
What we need 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 is total freedom.
Unite and fight for immigrant rights.
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 All right, when I say what do we want, we say arrest Jonathan Ross. How do we like that? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, what do we want? When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. What do we want? Right south. What do we want? Right south. When do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. What do we want? Justice! Now! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Now! If we don't get it, shut it down! If we don't get it, shut it down! If we don't get it, shut it down! Strike! 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 It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right. All right, remember, does everybody remember sound off? Shut it down, right? When I say sound off, you say shut it down, right? I don't know what I've been told. Metro surge is getting old.
Metro surge is getting old.
Sound off. Sound off. I said sound off.
Shut it down.
I don't know what I've been told.
I don't know what I've been told.
Metro surge is getting old.
Metro surge is getting old.
Sound off.
Shut it down.
Sound off.
Shut it down.
Hell yeah. I wrote that one today. I never thought I'd be able to use an army cadence to get us onto a general strike. That's freaking sick. General strike! All right, when I say, what do we want? You're going to say general strike. What do we want?
General strike.
What do we want?
General strike.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
General strike.
What do we want?
General strike.
What do we want?
General strike.
When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
General strike.
What do we want?
General strike.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
General strike.
What do we want?
General strike.
When do we want it?
Now.
When do we want it?
Now.
From Palestine to Mexico,
Palestine to Mexico.
all these walls have got to go.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico,
Palestine to Mexico.
all these walls have got to go.
All these walls have got to go.
From DC to Minneapolis, ice up our streets. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. No justice, no peace. Ice up our streets. No justice, no peace. Ice up our streets. No justice, no peace. Border patrol on our streets. No Justice, no peace. Getting straight left and right. All you good for immigrant pride. Getting straight black, white. All you good for immigrant pride. Move, nice, get out the way. Move, nice, get out the way. Get out the way, nice, get out the way. Move, nice, get out the way. No. Get out the way, nice, get out the way. Injure one and injure all. Hear my brothers standing tall. Injure one and injure all. Free my brothers standing tall. Free the mothers, free them all. Free the mothers, free them all. Free the mothers, free them all. Free the brothers, free them all. Free the mothers, free them all. Injure one and injure 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 all. Free them all. Free them all.
Hopefully he comes back. He should be back. Spinning a little bit. Let's see if he comes back. This is Black Conservative Preacher. We'll go over to BG on the scene, who seems like he's there too. Yeah, so they have taken the streets. Hold on, let me just reverse it. Then it freezes. Yeah, it's interesting. He froze, so we'll just stay here a minute. I think it will clear up here in a second. Probably something to do with the reception out there. Minneapolis. Let's see. Go over here for a second to another one here. So I'm going to see where there we go. Should be coming back here shortly. I think it's just in one of those dead zones. You ever get those dead zones that are downtown in cities where in like 1/4 block or a block, everything goes out. And then you have to get out of those dead zones. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. Expect.
Up with immigrants.
Yeah, the reception might be going a little foggy here in this situation. Let's switch over here for a second till he gets it underway. We'll go BG on the scene. See these individuals out here.
lucha sigue, sigue. La lucha sigue, sigue. El pueblo vive, vive. El pueblo vive, vive. La lucha sigue, sigue. La lucha sigue, sigue. El pueblo vive. El pueblo vive. La lucha sigue. La lucha sigue. El pueblo vive, vive. El pueblo vive, vive. La lucha sigue, sigue. La lucha sigue, sigue. El pueblo vive. El pueblo vive. La lucha sigue. La lucha sigue. Escucha, escucha. Escucha, escucha. Estamos en la lucha. Estamos en la lucha. Escucha, escucha. Escucha, escucha. Estamos en la lucha. Estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha. Trump, escucha. Estamos en la lucha. Estamos en la lucha. ICE, escucha. ICE, escucha. Estamos en la lucha. Estamos en la lucha. Escucha, escucha. Escucha, escucha. Estamos en la lucha. Estamos en la lucha. Trump, escucha. Trump, escucha. Estamos en la lucha. Estamos en la lucha. Thanks, everyone. Up with immigrants. Up with immigrants. Down with deportation. Down with deportation. Who's got the power? Who's got the power? What kind of power? People power. Who's got the power? We got the power. What kind of power? People power. Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. That's right, folks. Woo! Make sure they can hear us tonight.
Thank you for the $50 super chat.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. 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 Aquí, allá, el pueblo vencerá. 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 Thank you, everyone.
Strike! It is our duty, it is our right. It is our duty, it is our right. Strike! It is our duty, it is our right. It is our duty, it is our right. Strike! It is our duty, it is our right. It is our duty, it is our right. When I say justice for, you're going to say, Renee, go. Justice for? 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 Renee, go. When I say, what do we want? We say, arrest Jonathan Ross. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, shut it down. I said, if we don't get it, shut it down. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. Shut it down! Education! Deportation! For justice, education!
So I'd say probably about 200 people, maybe 150 people marching. About a half block long. Car is trailing behind, but probably about 200 people. Maybe.
El pueblo dice
Yeah, get that. Keep coming up.
I know.
That's a study for it. A survey keep working.
He skipped again. I'm going to take it over here real quick to give me a second here. I want to take it up to Los Angeles because they're protesting now in Los Angeles. So I just want to stop by Los Angeles, just let you know what's going on in all these places around the country. This is a much smaller crowd, but they are out there in Los Angeles right now. So it's a much smaller crowd, but they're out there in Los Angeles. So this is a crowd in Los Angeles. Obviously, you see there, abolish ICE. We the people demand abolish ICE. So you still got things going on. And it's, popping off at different cities. Same chance, no justice, no peace, right? No justice, no peace. So yeah, this is going on here. It looks like it's different organizations. Same thing, centered around protesting ICE, the Trump administration, DHS, Border Patrol, and all of that. Same thing going on. So we'll go back here. Go back to the streets of Minneapolis. That looks a little bit boring. In Los Angeles. This looks like it's more, but the problem is his feed goes out a little bit. So we'll wait till it comes back up. Here we go. So it should be here. The whole system. Shut it down.
That's right, folks. Thank you.
Probably in a dead zone here. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly think this, whatever the situation here, I don't think it's going to go crazy. But, they were doing pots and pans and crazy stuff in downtown Minneapolis the other night. So you never know what can pop off at any time here. So, these things could pop off. Another thing, too, I just noticed that popped up in the pipeline here, too. Wait for him to come back because I'm going to wait for Black Conservative Preacher to pop back. Another thing, too, is Minneapolis airport workers held a press conference today, too, protesting ICE. Airport workers. So that's another thing, too, because the other day we were covering the U.S. Postal Service worker unions that were out there, protesting ICE. Now it has hit airport workers who are federal workers, I believe, by the way, federal workers. So airport workers now, postal service people, community-based faith leaders who were storming the church, those groups and activists. They got Status Quo News that is out there too. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for Quincy to come back. Hopefully he comes back. Hopefully, I think it's just a bad dead zone or whatever like that. Plus maybe large crowds there also. I see a few people out there doing it. We'll go back to Reuters, and let me go back to Reuters because I got a thing with Reuters. So we'll see what's going on here with this one here.
There will be time for.
Never mind. Well, he was back.
Justice for. I said justice for. Justice for. Justice for. No justice, no peace. Ice off our streets. No justice, no peace. Ice off our streets. When I say what do we want, we say general strike. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want it? What do we want? What do we want it? What do we want? What do we want it? When I say what do we want, we say ice out. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want it? What do we want? What do we want it? If we don't get it, all right, clearly my voice is going. I'm going to talk real quick before I lose it. Because we're out here. All right, if you're in the march, look to your left. Look at Canopy by Hilton. ICE has been here. What do we say about that? Can I get a hey, ICE? Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. All right, I want to call your attention to some actions that PSL Twin Cities, some other organizations like Sunrise Twin Cities. Let's give a shout out for them. Twin Cities DSA. We've been working together to get ICE out of here. They've been staying downtown Minneapolis in places like the Canopy by Hilton. Yeah, that's right. What do we know? We don't tolerate it when you house ICE. We don't want them here. We want them to get out. Get out. Get out. That's right. No ICE in our hotels. No ICE is welcome. And it's working. It's working. Do you want proof that it's working? Because it is. All right, I'll tell you a little story. I used to work, I currently work somewhere else, but I used to work in the Town Square building in St. Paul. The Town Square building in St. Paul has a little DoubleTree Inn right next to it. And the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe owns that DoubleTree Inn. Over the weekend, they got kicked out because we said no. All the organizations got a letter that said, you are no longer welcome here. ICE is no longer welcome in any of these hotels, and people know that. We want everybody to know, you are not welcome here, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. All right, let's get over ourselves. We're going to keep marching. Be proud of yourselves, though, because we created that. DoubleTree Hilton. You need to know, ICE is not welcome.
All right, everybody, we're going to keep marching, so stay tuned. Follow the person in front of you. We're going to stop in about a block past the canopy inn, okay? How's that sound? No justice, no peace. Ice off our streets. Up with liberation. Down with deportation.
They got an officer up here blocking the street.
Down with deportation. Up with liberation.
I'm gonna go ahead, guys. I got one officer unit, one police unit up there. What they're saying. That's what they're stopping.
Some of the traffic helpers are running up here as well. Stop this car from coming out. That's dangerous. There ain't no tree there. Somebody could walk over that. Put their foot in. So the cop here is helping. Looks like these are all one-way streets.
Dude, they finally got police there. What's going on? They got police. First time I've seen police, right? Seriously.
So this is a one-way street here. I think they're going up one more block. They might be going to the square, I'm not sure. I think we're going to the square. We're going to
We need to block this.
we need to block this, they said.
Sorry. Just like 5 minutes, y'all.
They're going to this square. And then one more block is trolley line, so or the train, so they'll probably head back to their starting point. So the officer's blocking traffic there. He just moved.
Yeah, I think they're going to walk another block here. Possibly going around in a circle to where they ended up starting. But they got the Minneapolis police out there. So.
Yeah, they're good.
One of those? Stop our streets. Don't follow the truck. Continue going to the park.
I'm not sure.
Let me see. Let me look at mine. Take a little. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Ice off our streets. No justice, no peace. Ice off our streets. No justice, no peace. Ice off our streets. No justice, no peace. Ice off our streets. No peace. Ice off our streets. No peace. Renee, good.
Justice for
Renee, good. Justice for Renee, good. Justice for Renee, good. Renee, good. Renee, good.
right? More than
Renee, good. Renee, good. Renee, good. Renee, good. Quit liberation. deportation! Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down with deportation! Down with deportation! Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down with deportation! 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 Sorry. Liberty. Sorry. Now. Stop it. Now. Stop it. Now. Stop it. Clear the intersection. Clear the intersection. Now. Clear the road.
So probably almost done with the march. Not much further.
Notice the red shirt there, the red shirt right there. Red shirt. DSA.
There we go. More than likely. Do a speech probably in a
Maybe his equipment is cold. It's freezing out there. It's freezing cold. All right. With that being said, I'm going to sign off on this one because I don't see anything else really popping off. And maybe we'll come back later if it gets really crazy. But I think everything is winding down, and we've been on for a minute. So I'm going to sign off. Go if you want to continue to watch what's going on. Go over there to Black Conservative Preachers, Quincy. He's out there, boots on the ground. Tell him JLR sent you. JLR sent you. Go over there though, and if you want to continue, and we'll continue to watch and see what's going on, what transpired. I've been watching a few clips here while this has been going on, so I'll compile some stuff. We'll probably be back on later to understand what's going on. I don't think anything's really going to pop off with this. I think this is again. A couple more days, they got this massive movement. Folks, stay safe out there. It is very, very cold. Arctic blast is coming through. And if weather-wise, from Texas all the way to Virginia, it's going to get a major ice storm here. Snow and ice storm, possibly 2 feet of snow in Tennessee and North Carolina and Virginia area. And heavy, like sleet and freezing rain in Georgia and South Carolina and northern Alabama, Arkansas. Be safe out there, Mississippi. I know a lot of people watch from around those areas, so we'll cover most likely that. I was thinking about possibly hopping in a vehicle and going around storm chasing, so we'll see. All right, folks, be safe. We'll talk soon. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. And pray for everyone's safety. And we welcome all people's opinions and perspectives when it comes to ICE, Border Patrol, Trump administration, mass deportations, immigrants, illegal aliens, criminals, Tren de Aragua, all of them. Let us know what you think. National Guard, Insurrection Act, Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, Greg Bovino, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan. Did I forget anybody? I'm sure there's a lot more agents and everything like that. Don Lemon. We're on Don Lemon indictment and arrest watch. I think those people that did the church, I think some of them are gonna face charges. Don Lemon, I think so, but maybe they're just trying to troll Don Lemon, saying he's gonna get arrested, whatever like that. But he's panicking. he's panicking. He's bringing people up on his panel saying that he had a right to do what he did. It's freedom of speech. It's journalism. You know, he had Keith Ellison. So we shall see. Be safe out there, folks. We'll talk soon. Thanks for watching.